affordable homes project in Kenya. Safely could say that, because what they're giving out in terms of value is just superb. Now, don't take my word for it. Let's also hear from the representative at Stanbic Bank. Let's go have a word with her. Thank you for coming on to the show.
I'm happy. I'm very happy to be here.
Glad to have you. Briefly introduce yourself.
Briefly, my name is Milka Wachira. I work at Stanbic Bank, and I'm in charge of diaspora banking and the home loans. Yes.
Now, could you explain? We've got a very beautiful project over here, Crystal Rivers.
Yes.
What is the role Stanbic is playing in the success of this project?
Crystal Rivers is actually one of the developers we have partnered with. The bank has partnered with various developers, a good number of developers. And our role in this project is to ensure that we make it very easy for this developer to offload these units. And as we are also lending to our customers, basically. That's what we are doing with Crystal.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Yes.
Now, there's some documentation that is needed. Tell us about the KYCs to owning this magnificent property. How does one deal with that?
A lot of Kenyans are shy off from taking mortgages because they think it's very complicated. We at Stanbic Bank have made it very seamless for customers. Even before I go to the documentation, we usually ask two main things. Who is this customer who's applying for this loan? If it's an individual, who is this individual? What is the age of this person? If it's a company, how is this company registered? Is it a limited company? Is it a business? Is it a partnership? Those are the details we look for. The other thing we look at is, can you afford this property? So you're salaried, or you have rental income, or you have business income. Those are the details that we look at. We look at your pay slips.
Yes.
We look at your audited books of accounts. And finally, we look at the property that you're buying. Where is this property? What is the price? Does it have a title? Those are basically, in a nutshell, those are the KYC documents that we look at. Yes.
Interesting. Now, some are saying that 19 years is too long. You know, the way they're looking at it, okay, 50,000 every month. I'll pay this for 19 years. Speaking to that, tell us a little bit about that.
I want to say 19 is even a short time. The longest we can go for a mortgage is currently 25 years.
Fixed rate?
Fixed rate.
So you can pay 50,000 every month for this unit?
You can pay 50,000 every month for this unit for the next 25 years. But remember, this same client is paying 50,000 on a rental property as we speak. They do not count the number of years they're paying that rent. So when you take a longer period for a loan, you're able to have the repayments are minimized in terms of you're able to afford the repayments within the period that you've been given, and those repayments sometimes will even match with the rent that you're paying. So it is advisable, yes, you take a loan for the longest period, but in case you get into a windfall, you get a bonus or you get a good deal that, some money that you are not expecting, we usually encourage customers to, make lump sum payments or early repayments. And for Stanbic Bank, we do not charge you for doing that.
Interesting. Interesting. What's the partnership with KMRC? Tell us a little bit about that. Is Stanbic with KMRC? Tell us about that.
Yes, Stanbic Bank has partnered with KMRC, the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, to offer affordable mortgages to Kenyans who want to invest in the property market.
Okay.
The solution that we have currently is that you get a fixed rate, a single-digit rate of 9.5% for a maximum period of 25 years.
Okay.
That way, a client is assured that the repayment will not change for the term of the loan. And that gives, it gives a Kenyan a lot of comfort, knowing that the rates, what is happening in the market right now is that there's so much uncertainty in terms of the economy, and rates have been going up. But when you take the affordable housing rate, you're assured of paying this loan for the term of the loan at the same repayment. So that is what we offer right now. Yes, yes.
So year one, 50,000, 10, 19, 50,000 all through.
Yes.
Brilliant, brilliant,
Yes.
brilliant. Now, about due diligence, why shouldn't one worry about that with this particular project?
In terms of one of the main aspects of when you take a mortgage with a bank is that due diligence is part of the process. we usually have professionals in the panel, both valuers and lawyers, who, when you identify a property like Crystal Rivers, we have a valuer in our panel. We give you the list of the valuers, you choose the valuers, you engage them, negotiate, but they do the valuation just to tell you what are you buying? Where is this property? Where is it located? What issues could be around Crystal Rivers? So that way a client has a bit of comfort, has some comfort that what they're buying is as it is. Yeah. And we also have lawyers in our panel. We have a whole list of lawyers. And these lawyers, again, are the ones who transfer this property to your name. That way, at least I know the client has a bit of comfort. Yeah. Yeah.
Brilliant. So peace of mind.
Peace of mind.
Super, super. Now, any advice to any first-time homeowner who's looking to take a mortgage for the first time? Do you want to demystify anything?
The advice I would give, especially young people who intend to take a mortgage, the first-time homeowner, I would advise the first-time homeowners, number one, to start early. They need to start immediately you get your first paycheck, or immediately you start your business and you've settled. Start saving early towards home ownership. The other thing is that you need to start small. You might not be able to buy your dream house on day one after you start working. You can start by buying something, maybe a one-bedroom unit, then you progress into a bigger property. But in terms of what can they do now, I think it would be good for them to jump on this solution that we have, the affordable housing solution, because it has quite a number of benefits in terms of the fixed rate that we're offering of 9.5%. We also have a longer term for this loan, up to 25 years. We also have, we finance you 105% towards buying the property, which 100% of that goes to the property price. The 5% goes to the closing costs, which are the stamp duty. We have the legal fees, the valuation fees. So basically, as a bank, we are not only looking at the purchase price, we are also going ahead to finance you to pay some of the closing costs. So I think it's a good solution that any young person or any first-time homeowner needs to take up.
Interesting.
Yes.
Now, what about the diaspora Kenyans who are watching the show right now? Any advice to them? Is it the same onboarding process? Tell us about that.
Wow. At Stanbic Bank, we have a whole segment that deals with Kenyans in the diaspora. And I'm happy you've asked that question because we have made it very simple, whether you're in the country or you're out of the country. When you're a diaspora client, it's usually harder for you to access banks, but for Stanbic Bank, it's very easy for you to access. The onboarding process, the application process for a mortgage is seamless. It's the same as that of a local customer. Even the documentation we ask is the same. The only thing that would be different is maybe the resident status, whether this is a dual citizen or are they resident in the country where they're operating. In addition, the same solution for affordable housing applies to them. We can finance them up to 95% from a fixed rate, within the fixed rate of 9.5%.
Well, thank you very much. That was quite insightful. Thank you very much for coming.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Super. There you have it. There you have it from Milka. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the financial literacy on getting a mortgage. Stay tuned. Super. That was absolutely delightful. You've heard it from the bank. They've told you how this return on investment just makes a lot of sense. In about 1 year, you're already making your monthly deductibles with just the rental income that's coming in. It's just superb. Ladies and gentlemen, call that number. Call and book yourself a unit because they're going by the day. This is Property Focus. I can't be too loud with this space at the moment. People are working, but call that number and we'll be with you. My name is Peter Ngigi. Keep it Property Focus. Till next week, same place, same time. Goodbye.
But if I don't win, I will accept not winning, and I will support and stand behind my new leader.
What do you think about visa-free for the entire continent?
It should be gradually introduced. If it happened right now, there may be a surge in some places. We as Africans have got to be resolute, unhindered, unblinded by our resolve to make sure that we put in governance systems to assure us that we would not fall into a debt trap.
Have you managed to keep corruption out of bay completely, totally?
Nobody can ever say they've kept corruption at bay completely. The corrupter and the colluder to corrupt us are very creative.
Mr. President, what keeps you awake at night?
Unemployment, particularly of the youth. I pray about it.
The Kenya Medical Training College, KMTC, is celebrating its 92nd graduation ceremony on Thursday, December 7th, 2023. The event will be held at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, Nairobi from 10 a.m. and will be live on NTV and the KMTC official YouTube channel. Visit www.kmtc.ac.ke for more information on the graduation, training programs and application procedure. KMTC, training for better health.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Welcome to Health Diary. My name is Helen Aura and we are coming to you from the Dusit Princess Hotel here in Westlands. Today we are focusing on pneumonia. What exactly is pneumonia and what are the signs and symptoms that one ought to look out for, more so in children? But first, here is the fact of the matter.
Pneumonia accounts for 14% of all deaths of children under the age of 5. According to the World Health Organization, at least 740,180 children globally died due to pneumonia in 2019. Detected early, pneumonia can be cured. Some of the preventive methods include immunization, good nutrition, and ensuring a good boost to the child's immune system.
Welcome to Health Diary. Today we touch on pneumonia. What exactly is pneumonia and what are the signs and symptoms that you need to look out for? On set today, I'm joined by Florence Njeri, who is a clinician, a pediatric clinician at Mama Lucy Hospital here in Nairobi County. I'm also joined by Nancy Njeri, who is a mother of a child, a 2-year-old child who suffered from pneumonia. Welcome on set, guys. Let's start with you, Nancy. Your child was recently discharged from hospital. How did you know there was a problem? This is a 2-year-old child who cannot fully express themselves well.
Having a child who cannot talk is a bit tricky because he cannot tell you, Mom naumwa hapa ama hapa. But kuna zile signs doctor anatuambia tuangalie, like joto, mtoto anakohoa ama analia. So the first sign niliona ni joto. Nilitoka na mtoto job, kuingia kwa nyumba, akapandisha joto. Like any other parent, tunakuanga na medicine ya joto ama cetirizine kwa nyumba. So that's what I gave him, but still joto iko inashuka. I thought maybe ako na homa. Then I went over the counter, bought medicines, but still he didn't improve. So that's when I took him to hospital.
And when you got to hospital, what happened?
The doctor told me that my child had blood infection. That is after he was taken to a lab na hizo test zikafanyiwa. So the doctor akaniambia nani buy dawa inaitwa Zinat. That medicine is very expensive. So like doctor amekwambia saa 4 ni jioni, end up by Zinat and ni 2,000 na una. But as a parent, unaona mtoto anaumia. I tried my best and I got the medicine. I gave my child that medicine for 5 days. But my child all of a sudden, after 5 days, he got worse. Ile temperature alianza nayo, ili shoot. And this time round, haikuwa joto peke yake. The child was crying. And when he was breathing, ulikuwa unaona abdomen inaenda ndani. It's like ana try to breathe. So I took him back to hospital. And wakati tulifika hospitali, temperature yake ilikuwa 40 degrees. The doctors were surprised. Wakashindwa, how comes nimemwandikia dawa bekali and the child is not improving. So that's when they told me turudi kwa lab. Wakati turudi kwa lab, the blood infection was still there, but now kifua ilikuwa imefungana. The child could not breathe well. So the first thing doctor did is like, alilei mtoto kwa bed and akaekwa oxygen. To a parent, that is a shock. You know, ni kitu tujazoea kuona mtoto anaekwa kwa oxygen. Tunazoea ule mtu ako worse. You know, ndiye anaekwa hiyo kitu.
Florence, Nancy happened to mention that the first time she took her child to hospital, the doctor, it's as though they just ran quick tests on the child. Have you ever experienced cases of misdiagnosis? Because that's what seemed to have happened in the initial circumstance here.
Let me start by explaining what exactly pneumonia is, because sometimes that is how we get to misdiagnose it. Pneumonia is inflammation of the airway, the air sacs. You know, in the lungs, there are small air sacs that are there that are usually useful for exchange of air. So when you get pneumonia, the air sacs, instead of being filled with air, there is fluid in them because of the inflammatory process. So the first sign that you'll get when the child is coming in, there'll be, of course, the inflammatory symptoms, which is fever, and of course, there'll be difficulty in breathing. So sometimes the difficulty in breathing can be associated with also very many other symptoms, because for children, it's not outright. They'll not tell you that I'm having chest pain or something like that. But you look at the symptoms that the child is presenting with. And in her case, there was the fever, and there was difficulty in breathing, and there's also what she explained as the chest was going in and out, which we call inability to breathe well, or chest indrawing. So when you see those symptoms, then you're even before you get there, you know, there are those classifications of pneumonia. There is pneumonia that might not necessarily present with the indrawing. But when you see the symptoms that are there initially, especially when there is cough and difficulty in breathing, it's always good to seek medical attention.
So for a parent, what would you tell a parent to look out for? What would be the first early signs of, or rather, what would be the early signs of pneumonia that a parent should be well aware of?
First symptoms of pneumonia could just be a cough with difficulty in breathing. Actually, with those two, we'll classify it as pneumonia, when there is a cough and difficulty in breathing. Then with the other things put together, like she talked about, the baby was put on oxygen. Yes. That is when now we get to classify. Are you having a very severe pneumonia, or are you just having pneumonia, or is it just a cough? Because sometimes sometimes pneumonia can also be confused with asthma, which also presents with difficulty in breathing. But depending on the history, then the doctor is able to tell, is there pneumonia or no pneumonia? But what we tell parents is that they need to go to hospital. Let them not go over the counter to buy drugs, because immediately you go over the counter, already your baby is suffering and you're making the disease to progress to other levels.
So Nancy, tell us what happened now when your child was put on oxygen. How did you feel? And what did the doctors then tell you after?
Everything wine has stopped. Your world stops there. Was you think any other thing? Like, as for me, I have 2 sons. So my focus inarudi kwa huyu. And unauliza what happened? Where did I go wrong? But doctors were there to encourage me, and they were telling me my child would be fine. And I was trusting God that my child would be fine. So my child was put on an oxygen like for first 24 hours. They could come and monitor him. na wananiambia ana progress vizuri. Then there is this machine, anakuwa kwa kidole. They could monitor him, how he's breathing. But at first, wakati walikuwa kwa oxygen, immediately, wakati alikuwa kwa oxygen, he was still breathing very fast. And you could see that child was struggling to breathe. But thank God, after like 2 days, he was improving. Yeah.
So you stayed in hospital for how long?
4 days. He was on a medication for 4 days. That was like 4 times in a day. Yeah.
And this is a young child who cannot express themselves. He cannot talk. And what was going through your head at this time?
I was like saying, kwa nini si mimi? Why him? He is very young. And as a parent or as a manga, I can take that pain for him. Yeah.
Florence, Nancy happened to mention that when the child was in hospital, she was also distressed, but as a mother, she had to put on a face and strong front. As a doctor or clinician, from where you sit, how do you advise parents first and foremost to give first aid to a child when they start seeing these signs and symptoms? Because you've advised not to go to get over-the-counter medication. But then again, how do you know it's severe for you to take the child straight to hospital?
Anything that is abnormal to a child, anything that you're not seeing is not okay with your child, is always good to seek treatment. It's not good to just think of buying drugs and doing something of the sort. The other thing is that the first thing, do not panic as a mother. When your child is unwell, just go to hospital. Do not panic. The beauty about pneumonia is that it's treatable. And as you said, we have a pulsometer. That is what we use to take the oxygen levels. We monitor how well your lungs are able to take in oxygen and do whatever they're supposed to do. So we monitor that on a daily process. But there is also the pneumonia that you treat when your child, you're given medications and you go home. And that is usually the commonest. So sometimes the diagnosis of pneumonia does not necessarily mean that you need admission. You might just come to hospital, it's just pneumonia, and you're treated and go and discharged. The beauty about pneumonia is that the treatment is affordable, unlike what she used prior, which did not really help her baby. But the current treatment that we use, the high-dose amoxicillin, is not very expensive, and we have subsidized cost by the government, which is the high-dose amoxicillin. But that does not mean you just go to the counter and buy the amoxicillin, but it's good when you're prescribed by a doctor. Then the other thing is, immediately you start treatment, make sure your child finishes the treatment. Make sure your child goes through the treatment and finishes. Most of the children, unlike the adults, children get well very fast. And when a child gets well, the mother tends to think my baby is fine, and they tend to stop the medications. But we say, take the full the full course of the medications so that you're able to finish and the pneumonia is cleared. Then now, on the same line, I would love to talk about something about the vaccines. The vaccines are available for prevention of pneumonia, and those ones are given during childhood, and they're incorporated in our vaccine schedule. We have the pneumococcal vaccine that is given at 6 weeks, at 10 weeks, and even at 14 weeks, just within the normal schedule that you're given when your child is going for vaccination.
Florence, how is pneumonia treated?
It depends on the severity of the pneumonia that you have. If the pneumonia is just not severe, that is when it's just cough and the child is able to feed and is not vomiting and the breathing is not so compromised, then you can be treated and go home. And that is when we give the oral medications, that is the high-dose amoxicillin. If the pneumonia is severe, then in most cases you'll need inpatient admission, and that calls for oxygen as well as part of the treatment, and also calls for maybe supplementary feedings, and also calls for the IV antibiotics. That is when we give it intravenous through the intravenous route, and you're given. But the beauty about pneumonia, especially in children, it responds very fast. But in all these cases, we also give a return date, because you're not sure even about the one that you've discharged home, whether they are going to go and get severe or they're going to go and get well. So we always give a return date after 2 days so that they come and we can review how they are responding to the treatment.
And in the event the mother fails to do so?
Sometimes it's a bit tricky, especially if the mother might not be very cooperative. And if you're treating pneumonia, sometimes we just decide to admit. because you're looking at the life of this child. And then, and also there are the cost implications. You see, sometimes the mother is not even able to pay for transport, is not able to come back. Then sometimes you're just forced to maybe admit and follow the child from there, because the children tend to respond very well to treatment.
Have there been instances where a child received the childhood pneumonia vaccine and then later on, as they were growing up, they still got pneumonia?
Definitely. The vaccination is not 100% effective, but it improves the outcomes. Yeah. So you can get the pneumonia, but what you'll not get the invasive pneumonia. And also, depending on your immunity, the beauty is that with vaccination, the disease process is not as severe. Yeah, because what happens, even in the normal circumstances, we have the bacteria in our nostrils and all over. But depending on your immunity, how well your immunity is able to take, and also the surrounding. That is why we say part of the preventive measures of pneumonia is keeping warm and also being out there. And if you're sick, put on a mask, because if you prevent the others from getting contaminated, and also the hygiene. Those are part of the preventive measures.
We'll be taking a short break, but when we do come back, we're going to touch on what are the modes of prevention for pneumonia and where can you be able to get, or rather access, a pneumonia vaccine.
Aya, I'm not go TV stream. It's free.
Hii Krisi, Go TV Stream iko mkononi na ni free. Download Go TV Stream app for free. Enjoy live TV na shows kamia nane. Download and watch later, anytime, anywhere. Go TV Stream iko mkononi na ni free. Available to active subscribers from 1st December. Go TV. Love it.
People come to me and they say they get discomfort when they have ice cream. Can you imagine that? Avoiding having cold ice cream. Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Enter a world where knowledge is put into practice and the heart of African agriculture beats loudly and energetically.
Welcome to Kikao,
a revolutionary talk show that is changing how people think and look at agriculture in Africa.
This is the particular variety that is suitable.
We will seek to demystify GMOs.
Kikao is a platform where African agriculture takes center stage.
Seeds, just which is which.
From seasoned farmers to thought leaders, they direct us toward a future in which livelihoods thrive and nations prosper.
It became possible to move genes from unrelated organisms.
Kikao, every Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. only on NTV.
Mother, tell me the truth. Did you really patch things up with Mrs. Irene?
Yes, darling. Because now I understand that the love that you feel for each other is very strong. I promise you that I'm not going to oppose it anymore.
How should I know what that is?
Don't pretend. Morales brought this to you earlier. You are running DNA tests on someone to see if you have a child.
I don't want your brother rubbing the fact that you have no interest right into my face.
All right then. I'll do whatever you wish.
You better do what I wished. Not just because of that. It's your obligation.
Abdul and that woman are getting married. I came from there and she told me.
Head over heels.
How do you keep your toilets clean?
I use normal detergent and bleach for washing.
The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust, and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
The Sport Essence is a light serum, quickly absorbed to clear dark marks. Rich moisturizing cream is a gel cream type that deeply hydrates and prevents dark marks. I highly recommend Melano CC for healthy and happy skin.
Roto.
Welcome back to the show. Nancy, you were telling us how you were in hospital for the 4th day and you were discharged on the 4th day?
Yes.
As you were going home, did the doctors give you any advice to go back to hospital after some time for a review? As Florence happened to mention earlier that pediatric clinicians often tell the parents to bring the children back.
Yeah. So we went back after 2 weeks and they checked the baby and the baby was fine.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, they do the thorough checkup.
Yeah. Nice. How did you feel this time?
I was happy as a mother.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you also given a precaution advice or rather precautionary advice and what to look out for in the event your child would get pneumonia again?
They told me to avoid cold food and congestion like in the house. The house should have enough fresh air to avoid smoke and like dust.
Florence, take us through the pneumonia vaccines. How is the dosage for a parent? And you happen to mention also, it doesn't mean that if you do get the vaccine, your child will not be able to get pneumonia. But when is the right time as a mom to take your child to go get the vaccine? At what age?
I can start by saying in Kenya we give the pneumococcal conjugate vaccine 10. That means it prevents against 10 strains of bacteria. And the good thing about it is that it's given at the exact time when you're also giving the other vaccinations. That is at 6 weeks, at 10 weeks, and at 14 weeks, given at the right thigh. So it's given the dosage, the nurses know it's 0.5 ml. You have to make sure wherever you're taking your child for vaccination, the caregivers have a cold chain. They maintain the cold chain so that the vaccine is potent. But the vaccine is given then for the 3 doses. Then we also advise it's good to give also the elderly because of their immune status. But the vaccination schedule does not cover for the elderly. It covers for the children, those ones under the age of 5 years.
And how pneumonia would present itself in a child? Is it the same way to present itself in an adult?
I would say yes and no. Children are unique. And what happens in children, the symptoms can be very vague. And that is why it's always good to be always alert. Unlike in adults sometimes they have the chest pain, which is not common in children. Because pneumonia in adults tend to localize on one side of the lung. Unlike in children, where the children, when they get pneumonia, it's the whole lungs, the lungs are affected generally. So the presentation is not the same. Though some symptoms might be the same, but not all. So you might, most of the cases when adults go to hospital, they go to hospital because they're experiencing chest pain. Children will not experience that. Yes.
Nancy, you happened to mention that the first time you were given medication, it was very expensive. What was the cost of treatment for your child like to you? Did you have any medical cover to facilitate the medical fee for your child, or were you also paying out of pocket?
No. I had an NHIF. Yeah. I used my NHIF card. That's what covered my medical bills. Yeah.
I see. And Florence, when you talk about the treatment for pneumonia, how extensive can it get if one is not insured?
Currently, we have the treatment guidelines that are provided for by the Ministry of Health. And the treatment guidelines says that it's good we use the high dose amoxicillin. In most of the government facilities, the treatment is subsidized. So it's not as expensive as you'd get it out there, but it's subsidized. For those patients who are being treated inpatient, for most patients, the NHIF takes cover of the same.
I see. And does the treatment also, in the event one is not covered, can they do out-of-pocket? And out-of-pocket payment, how expensive is it?
Yeah, they do out-of-pocket, especially for the outpatient. Yeah. Yeah, depending on which level facility, which government facility you're going to, there are different levels. Of treatment. If you're in a level 5, the charges are different as opposed to those in level 4 and level 2, which basically it's free.
And how can a parent be able to prevent their child from getting pneumonia?
There are several measures that has been put in place, or there are several things that we teach the mothers on on ways of prevention of pneumonia. Number one, avoid crowded areas. Especially if you're in a crowded area, make sure you maintain hygiene, that is, keep distance. And also, if you're infected as an adult, put on a mask. Or even a child who understands about a mask, the use of a mask is always good to put on a mask. And also the hand hygiene. And also, avoid fumes, especially those who cook using jikos. Avoid using jikos in the house. Make sure at least you're using somewhere in the veranda or something like that, so that the fumes, because they predispose to we remember what we explained about, the inflammation of the alveoli.
To what extent can pneumonia cause death?
Pneumonia is fatal, especially if not treated early, and especially in children as well. Pneumonia, we say pneumonia, as much as pneumonia is highly treatable, as in you can treat it easily, it also can kill very easily if not treated early enough. Because you see, it's affecting the a very vital part of the body, that is the lungs. And we use the lungs to breathe. So if your child has pneumonia and they're not treated early enough, it can cause death. But in adults, they may complicate to other things before maybe they die. But also in adults, it causes death. But in children, it tends to be faster as opposed to the adults. So we say, immediately you see your child is unwell, anything that you think is vague, just go to a healthcare provider, and I'm sure they'll give you the right knowledge, and also they'll treat your child. The other thing is, always do not panic, because when you panic, you are unable to put on the right measures. Sometimes you're told your child has pneumonia and you take it so seriously. Pneumonia is not as serious as this word sounds, but because it's easily treatable.
Nancy, and your first child had pneumonia, and your second one also had pneumonia. Now, these two cases presented themselves slightly different. They were not so similar. Now, are you more aware on what to look out for in your children?
Yeah, I'm more aware now. And as the doctor said, I've learned not to panic. Yeah, because with children, if you panic, you can either put them on a very bad situation or lose them. Yeah. So I've learned to stand for them and take the right step. That is, if you get any signs from the child, you just run to the hospital. And I've learned also not to go over the counter.
Do you think, when you talk about you've learned not to go over the counter, your first instance, you said you were prescribed medication over the counter. Do you believe that slowed down the treatment process for your child?
In fact, yes. It slowed it. Because if I had run to the hospital, I think my child could have recovered at the first time I went there.
Florence, is that a mistake most parents make? Because they assume this is something, maybe a cough. They misdiagnose the child themselves and rush to the nearby chemist.
Yes, that is one of the biggest undoing of our parents currently, the running over the counter. And if I may say this, especially for the children, we say no cough syrups for children under the age of 2 years. Because when you're giving your child maybe a cough syrup, it just tends to increase the mucus in the chest, and they're unable to cough it out, and as opposed to the adults. So most of the parents, when they see a cough, they'll run for a cough syrup. We say cough syrups is a no-no, because sometimes they tend to make the situation worse. And even by the time they're coming maybe to hospital, your child is even worse. He's coughing and all that. And we say it's good to get the treatment given early and the right treatment given.
Well, there you have it. As a parent, always ensure you get the best medical attention for your child, as opposed to rushing to get over-the-counter medication. Here is the health tip.
Generally, girls start to teeth earlier than boys, okay? And then, so it depends, so it can either start between 5 to 6 years or about 6 to 7 years. The first teeth to come out are actually these lower front ones, okay? So if you're having a male child, yes, the range is 5 to 6, but you're saying boys' teeth a bit later than girls. So maybe your firstborn was a girl and then your secondborn is a boy, and then you start worrying. So just remember, like, boys take longer. Also, if it can be also be genetic in the case of, like, some people take longer. So the normal age group is 5 to 6. If your child starts teething at 7 and you started teething at 7 yourself, then it's okay.
Pneumonia is treatable. As a parent, never ignore the early signs and symptoms. Always ensure your child gets the best medical attention that they need. A special thank you to Dusit Princess Hotel for graciously hosting us today. My name is Helen Aura. Until next time, bye-bye.
Baridi, pole. Come to you live. We're coming to you live. What am I saying?
This is the sixth pitch that started with the definition of tranquila. I know what it means. I named it myself.
And a heart as dark as the night.
Ow! Oh my! Wait up! Is there still room? You pervert!
This is the story of their hate at first sight. Secrets of El Paraíso.
Mother, tell me the truth. Did you really patch things up with Mrs. Irene?
Yes, darling. Because now I understand that the love that you feel for each other is very strong. I promise you that I'm not going to oppose it anymore.
How should I know what that is?
Don't pretend. Morales brought this to you earlier. You are running DNA tests on someone to see if you have a child.
I don't want your brother rubbing the fact that you have no interest right into my face.
All right then. I'll do whatever you wish.
You better do what I wished. Not just because of that. It's your obligation.
Abdul and that woman are getting married. I came from there and she told me.
Head over heels.
How do you keep your toilets clean?
I use normal detergent and bleach for washing.
The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust, and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
The Kenya Medical Training College, KMTC, is celebrating its 92nd graduation ceremony on Thursday, December 7th, 2023. The event will be held at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, Nairobi from 10 a.m. and will be live on NTV and the KMTC official YouTube channel. Visit www.kmtc.ac.ke for more information on the graduation, training programs, and application procedure. KMTC, training for better health.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
Welcome to Pishi Bomba. It is me, Claire Karatu, your host and the one who calls you into the pneumatic kitchen here to show you the step-by-step on how to make a specific recipe. As you can see, it is the festive season, and that's why I have this lovely thingy that Agatha got me. And I'm very excited because what a better way to celebrate the holidays than with delicious food. And on this particular episode, a special guest is joining us from across the border. That's right, she's bringing the sweet treats, pun intended, because her show on NTV is called Sweet Treats. Stay tuned to find out what we'll be making on the show and who's joining us. Now, right before we jump into the ingredients that we have in front of us, please let's welcome our guest, Faiza. And she'll be telling us what we're making because today is an exciting episode. Faiza, please welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I am so excited. We need to tell our viewers. Now, this is NTV Uganda in collaboration with NTV Kenya. Faiza, please tell our viewers the show that you host in Uganda.
I'm excited, first of all. Thank you so much for having me, Claire. Thank you. In Kiswahili, they say asante sana.
Yes,
you know?
yes, exactly that.
Well, niaje watu ya Kenya, how are you guys doing? I'm excited to be here. I host a show called NTV Sweet Treats, all the way in Uganda.
Yes.
And now I'm here in Kenya to bake and also have a great time here.
What a fantastic way to be able to share these sweet treats like her show is called. And I want you to please let us know what we'll be making today.
So first of all, you know, we're in the Christmas season, as you can see, and today we're going to make chocolate cupcakes. Okay. And these chocolate cupcakes are really, really an easy bake for, you know, Christmas time. They're perfect. They'll be garnished in such an amazing way. The decor will be just that Christmas, you know, spirit. Yes. But also every time I bake, I want to teach people to bake something that they can bake with their kids, right? So it's a perfect, like, you know, family thing.
Yes.
So today we're making chocolate cupcakes. They'll have some chocolate ganache as that extra thing for just a bit more flavor, but making it as chocolatey as possible. I mean, if you don't have chocolate in your life, there's something wrong.
I know. This is going to be fantastic, and thank you so much. Please wash your hands, and I'll be giving you an apron. Now, for those who don't know what ganache is, she will be explaining. It's basically like a chocolate cream. The base is chocolate and cream. We're going to melt the chocolate and then form, again, like she said, just that extra layer of flavor onto the cupcakes. Now, I love this because, as she said, it is a Christmas season. So what we're going to be doing is making sure that these treats she'll be making today are very, very Christmassy. I can't wait to see what you have lined up for us today. All right, so please take us through the ingredients that we have here in front of us. Would you like full or half?
I think it really is fine. As long as you make sure that, you know, your kitchen is clean, it's hygienic, and, you know, you're having a good time as well. So the ingredients we're working with today are really, really simple. You can easily find them anywhere at your nearest kitchen, rather supermarket. And what we're working with is all-purpose flour, some brown sugar here. You could use light, this is light brown sugar. You could use white sugar, but brown sugar works well. We have some milk here, and milk is at room temperature. We have some icing sugar that we'll later use for our
ganache, the topping, basically the cream that goes icing, on top of the
your
cake.
Frosting, basically, you know. We have some unsalted butter here. When you're baking, always use unsalted unless it says otherwise, but this is unsalted butter. We have some vanilla extract. We have some oil, some eggs, some cocoa powder, and this is the raspberries. By the way, I'm excited because this you don't find in Uganda all the time, guys. I don't want to lie. So I'm excited. And we have some lemon here. This will be to make our buttermilk. We have, of course, some coconut shavings. This is dark cocoa. And of course, these are just some decor items. And yeah, so we also have our salt, a pinch of salt. We have some baking powder, baking soda, and also these are chocolate blocks. This is dark chocolate, you know. Dark chocolate is really the easiest to work with. So this is all you will need,
Basically today I'm the learner, I'm the student. All right, so I will whip out our bowls. And then you will tell us exactly what we need to do. Now, if you're at home and you'd like to follow through, all you have to do is make sure you scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen. All the ingredients of all the recipes we've done here on the show are on the website. Would you like a small one?
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, you can catch up on every single recipe that we've done there as well. But basically, please let's follow what she's telling us to do today. What do we start with?
So we're going to start with flour, which is 125 grams.
Which should be half a cup?
Yes, that's half a cup of flour.
All right, so I just dunked half a cup straight in there. Now, a key thing is, here you go, is that you need to make sure that when you're using a cup, unlike when you're using the measuring scale, what you do is you just want to flatten your flour, and then you just want to basically right off the top just give it a nice scoop off, and you have the perfect 120 grams.
Yes.
Right? All right. 120 grams has gone in. And then we'll wait to see first. This is very interesting because some people start with the wet ingredients.
And now the next thing we're going to do is add in, of course, our ingredient, not the chocolate just yet. We're going to first add in, of course, our baking soda.
Okay.
So for baking soda, we're going to use a teaspoon.
Okay. We don't have a teaspoon, but it's approximate. Look, we can just use this.
A teaspoon is really like 5 grams.
Okay. So about there?
Yeah, should be just about that.
Right. Okay. There you go.
Okay.
5 grams, which we have a tablespoon here, which would basically be half of this. This is half a tablespoon actually, so half of that.
Yeah, so half a tablespoon is about 7 grams. A tablespoon is 15 grams.
Right.
Yeah. All right, now that we have that, a pinch of salt. Okay. Now, salt also enhances flavor. You might think like, oh my goodness, what are they making? Is that like salted carrot? No.
It's very important to have salt in any pastry.
So we're going to put 40 grams of cocoa.
Precisely. Baking is an art, and that's why a lot of people shy away from it because they're like, if I get one step wrong, that's it.
Well, that's true, but you know, it's also fun to just learn. You keep getting it wrong until you get it right, you know?
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I also kept getting it wrong until, you know, eventually...
You got it right.
Eventually things worked out.
Yeah. Just gonna sieve this into the dry ingredients. Again, I love the fact that we've used very little flour, so a lot of the wet ingredients are going to make that batter. Right.
So the next thing we're going to do is, of course, add in our sugar. Our sugar is going to be 200 grams. 200 grams is about...
3/4?
Yes, that's 3/4 of a cup.
Yeah.
So you're going to use, you're going to get your light brown sugar, which is what we're using. If you use another type of sugar, if you have another type of sugar, also works really well, but light brown, I think, is the easiest to find.
Oh, yeah,
yes.
That is absolutely right. Brown sugar also works perfectly. Sorry, I just want to add, that's a quarter. That's a half a cup, so I just want to add a quarter in there, so it can be 3/4.
Okay.
Now, you can add less sugar, but the reason that chocolate cupcakes tend to have more sugar is because the cocoa powder dominates the cake. So then you end up just adding a little bit more sugar to make sure you taste it. So as much as it looks like we're putting a lot, it's just going to be enough.
So now that we're here, you'll just mix everything again together. So now you have your dry ingredients, you're going to put them on the side, then we're going to move on to our wet ingredients.
Now we have our hot water that's coming in. This is going to be for mixing our coffee. And of course now we'll be making our buttermilk, I'm guessing.
Yes, so you have your milk, which is at room temperature. Always try to make sure that all your ingredients are at room temperature.
Including your eggs. Don't get your eggs out from the fridge.
So you get you get your milk, it's at room temperature, you get lemon like this, and then you squeeze in, which is about to a tablespoon, half a tablespoon to get your buttermilk. You'll just leave it to rest for 5 minutes.
Right.
If you don't have lemon, you could use vinegar. Try and make sure you don't have those seeds into your milk, because this is eventually going to go into cake. And you don't want to chew on cake and then
you have a seed in there.
As soon as you add the lemon, you'll see the milk start to curdle, which is what you're looking for. And I don't want you to worry and think that the milk is going bad. It is supposed to go bad.
It's supposed to go bad.
Okay, so for our wet ingredients, we're going to start with oil. And for oil, we're going to use 80 milliliters, which is a quarter cup of,
Okay.
Right here. You know, when you're measuring cups with wet ingredients, it's easier because it just takes up the shape of whatever container you're using.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. All right. So after the oil, then do we drop in the eggs?
Yes, we're gonna put in 1 large egg.
1.
Yes,
just
one.
I expected it to be like 2 or 3.
Just one large egg.
Large egg is all it takes.
We're gonna move also into now to vanilla extract.
Okay.
So we have dark vanilla extract, and just a teaspoon is good enough.
Okay.
So a teaspoon is about 5 milliliters.
Okay.
You could use even a normal spoon.
Okay.
This allows it to have even more flavor. So a teaspoon is roughly around here. Okay.
All right.
Even you know, white vanilla essence works well as well.
All right.
So we have our coffee here. Just gonna add in like a teaspoon, or even just a tablespoon. Not too much. I know you might be worried that it will maybe affect the taste of the cupcakes and make them taste like that coffee, or like it's a mocha type of thing.
Yes.
Don't worry. It doesn't.
Okay.
It simply makes the chocolate taste amazing. Okay. So you have that mixed in nicely. You add it to your wet ingredients.
Okay.
Okay.
I will do the same.
Now, while of course Claire adds in her coffee, our buttermilk is ready. It's thickened nicely. For that as well, we're going to work with half a cup, which is about 125 milliliters or 120 milliliters. Okay.
Of the buttermilk.
Yes,
okay,
of our buttermilk. Okay. So you have that. It's very thick.
That's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
In fact, in some recipes, some chocolate cake recipes, they use yogurt. So it's absolutely fine if it gets this thick.
Yes.
I like it like that.
Yes. So you're going to mix this together.
Okay.
Okay. And make sure that the eggs, all the ingredients are nicely incorporated. Okay. Now, when you have your wet ingredients ready, the next thing we're going to do is, of course, now add our dry ingredients, which is our chocolate.
Thank you. This was mine.
Yes. So we now have our dry ingredients here, and now we're going to mix them. Now, this part is a little bit crucial, and I need you to be careful, is that you don't want to overmix cake. You don't want to overmix your dry ingredients and wet ingredients. So as soon as you see everything mixed or you don't see any particles, that's good enough. Stop right there. Don't die on the flour, okay?
All right, now we have our batter ready. Now, just to mention, we have preheated our oven at 180 degrees. So that means it's going to be nice and piping hot right before we layer our trays and begin to pour in our batter. Now, I'm just going to ask you a question, but before that, we're going to go on a short break and we'll be right back.
Mother, tell me the truth. Did you really patch things up with Mrs. Irene?
Yes, darling. Because now I understand that the love that you feel for each other is very strong. I promise you that I'm not going to oppose it anymore.
How should I know what that is?
Don't pretend. Morales brought this to you earlier. You are running DNA tests on someone to see if you have a child.
I don't want your brother rubbing the fact that you have no interest right into my face.
All right then. I'll do whatever you wish.
You better do what I wished. Not just because of that. It's your obligation.
Abdul and that woman are getting married. I came from there and she told me.
Head over heels.
How do you keep your toilets clean?
I use normal detergent and bleach for washing.
The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust, and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
Karibu, uwe mbali, tutakukaribisha, tutakufisha, tutakulisha na tutakutunza kifalme. Sababu yetu kuu ni wewe kujitunza mwenyewe kupitia the hot box ya Loto Moto.
Chunga nisianguka.
Mimi ndio naanguka.
Kwa mara ya kwanza.
Loto Moto Show this Sunday at 7:30 p.m. on NTV. Lucky Game imedhaminiwa na eBet Kenya Limited.
Hii Krisi, GoTV Stream iko mkononi. Mechi yako na sports action yote na watoije hata wao hawajawachwa nyuma. Wacha enjoyment izidi hii holiday na GoTV. GoTV Stream available from 1st December for all active customers.
At Stanbic Kenya, we believe in your financial potential, and we are here to help you reach new heights. Enjoy an attractive interest rate of up to 14% per annum on your savings. Make the most of this exclusive offer today and let your money thrive. For more details, call us today or visit a branch near you. Stanbic Bank. is NTV.
Yajayo katika NTV Weekendi.
They fired 9 bullets into the car.
These shots were not fired targeting any other person but targeting Assad.
Could this shot have gone through a car seat?
I doubt. The residues would be blocked.
What the forensic examiner is saying is that 2 rounds were placed by a very experienced marksman into a moving vehicle going up and down. That doesn't seem to make much sense.
It's the government that has got responsibility to do investigations.
Krisi ni time ya kusambaza furaha. Hii Christmas, pata deals na offers from Safaricom ili upate furaha ya kupiga stori za mwaka. Ni time ya kushare gifts na watu wako. Kama uko biz, kuna solutions za kuimarisha biashara yako na kupata deals za kutravel popote utakapo. Hii Krisi ni time ya kushare upendo kote nchini. Watch out for Safaricom Santa coming to a town near you with Christmas surprises. Sambaza furaha this Christmas na Safaricom.
It feels so fresh, fresh, fresh.
Always fresh. Nivea Fresh Deo. Now with new InfiniFresh technology. Antibacterial power with 48-hour protection and long-lasting freshness. Nivea Fresh Deo. Feel fresh in every moment.
The Kenya Medical Training College, KMTC, is celebrating its 92nd graduation ceremony on Thursday, December 7th, 2023. The event will be held at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, Nairobi from 10 a.m. and will be live on NTV and the KMTC official YouTube channel. Visit www.kmtc.ac.ke for more information on the graduation, training programs and application procedure. KMTC, training for better health.
Mother, tell me the truth. Did you really patch things up with Mrs. Irene?
Yes, darling. Because now I understand that the love that you feel for each other is very strong. I promise you that I'm not going to oppose it anymore.
How should I know what that is?
Don't pretend. Morales brought this to you earlier. You are running DNA tests on someone to see if you have a child.
I don't want your brother rubbing the fact that you have no interest right into my face.
All right then. I'll do whatever you wish.
You better do what I wish. Not just because of that. It's your obligation.
Abdul and that woman are getting married. I came from there and she told me.
Head over heels.
How do you keep your toilets clean?
I use normal detergent and bleach for washing.
The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust, and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
The Sport Essence is a light serum, quickly absorbed to clear dark marks. Rich moisturizing cream is a gel cream type that deeply hydrates and prevents dark marks. I highly recommend Melano CC for healthy and happy skin.
Roto.
Alright, welcome back. Thank you. We're still here with Claire. She's hosting me all the way. I'm all the way from Uganda, by the way, from NTV Sweet Treats in Uganda.
Yes.
Here now for NTV Kenya. We've been making chocolate cupcakes. This is a special recipe for the holidays. It's perfect for you to make with the kids.
Yes.
And now we have our cake batter ready. We're now ready to place it into our pans.
Right, and for those who are just joining us, this is Faiza, like she said, a thrill to have in the kitchen. Not only has she taken us step by step, but you can be able to catch up on what we've done so far by simply scanning the QR code at the bottom of the screen, or you can check out on the website. That's ntvkenya.co.ke. Thank you, Faiza. Okay, please tell us what we're going to do next.
All right, so we're getting our pans. We have our pans here.
Okay.
So we're going to use to bake our
cupcakes. Oh my goodness. Now, what's the difference between cupcakes and muffins?
So one, muffins have a slightly a more packed texture in terms of the crumb texture, and also they are much bigger in size.
Right.
You might use the same pan, but you probably put a lot more cake batter in them.
I see.
And even their paper cups will be much bigger. Okay, and also muffins never have any frosting on top.
Okay.
Yeah, which is different for like now cupcakes where we're gonna put like icing sugar or what you call buttercream on top.
Okay, all right. Now we have our trays. Now the good thing is I actually got a napkin on the side because I'm just like, are we gonna line those? But now that we have our cupcake holders, it just makes it so perfect. And oh my gosh, these are so cute. They're flowers.
And you don't have to worry about first, you know, greasing the pans. It's really not necessary.
Okay.
You can just add them straight in.
Okay, there you go. Now these will bake very fast, especially because of the fact that we have small little cupcake sizes. But you did mention something which I think is important for viewers to know is the top and bottom heat, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes. So when you place them, you want to make sure that your oven is preheated at 180 degrees.
Right.
That's Celsius. Fahrenheit should be 375.
Okay.
Up, top and bottom heat on, but the rack should be at the bottom level, not in the middle, not up, but just at the bottom, because you want the heat from up not to be as much as the heat from down.
Okay.
Yeah, just to make sure the top doesn't brown before it's well cooked inside.
Right. Okay, perfect. Now comes in the best part, which is to scoop our batter in.
Yes. So
and how much are we going for?
So we want to just make sure that it's like sort of like 3/4, like 3/4. Is that like, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. So you're going to use your cup, your measuring cup, and then scoop. These are going to be in there for 25 minutes.
Okay.
Now, in 20 minutes, they'll be ready. But the reason why I add some extra 5 minutes is that to make sure that they are all the way ready.
Okay.
Because one of the things I want you to avoid is opening and closing. Like, you don't want to do that because the heat escapes and then it might lead to some disastrous results.
We are going to pop this into the oven at 180 degrees for 25 minutes. And we'll be back to show you just how beautiful they come out. We'll be right back. All right, now our cupcakes are rising to perfection and it smells like a bakery in here. Absolutely delicious. So now what are we making?
We're now moving on to making ganache. Now you could skip this part if you don't like, but I love chocolate that, you know, you bite into and then there's that little pocket of like chocolate, like melted chocolate. Yes. That takes it, you know, a notch higher.
Right.
So making ganache is very simple. I'm going to show you what I use or how I make mine. So we're going to work with unsalted butter. Please, unsalted. Some milk, which is at room temperature, and then some chocolate that we've nicely cut up, which is right here. First, for butter, 11 grams.
Okay, straight in there.
Okay, and then we're going to put in 2 tablespoons of milk, which is about 30 milliliters.
Okay.
So that's half a tablespoon.
Right. So that's 1. And that's 2.
Yeah, so that's good enough.
Okay.
So then this goes into your microwave. You're going to put this in until you see it melted and sort of starts small bubbles while it's hot.
Okay, and you want to keep an eye on this as well?
Yes, you want to keep an eye on this because you don't want it to boil. So we've now taken it out of the microwave. You don't want it to cool. You're going to add now 75 grams of chocolate.
Use that. You're just going to have to throw away the whole batch.
Absolutely. So that's ready. We're going to set it on the side and just let it cool while we move on to our frosting, which is our buttercream.
Our ganache is ready, so now we're going to make our frosting. And what's the process for that, please?
Now, making buttercream is really the easiest thing ever.
Okay.
I mean, it's really just icing sugar, some unsalted butter, and then some vanilla extract.
Okay.
We're going to use 200 grams of our unsalted butter.
All right, now we're going to put in our butter. This is half a cup that's going in there. All right, now you want to make sure that it's at room temperature so that it's soft or softened butter.
Yes.
That's about, I put half a cup because I'm just looking at our icing sugar there. Give that a mix. Our cupcakes are cooling and we have our butter that's just getting nice and soft. We've got our ganache. So you can only imagine the layer of flavor that we're adding to our cupcakes. And of course, we are going to also decorate them to look very, very Christmassy. Now this is the consistency we're looking for in our butter. Look at that, it's become light, it's become fluffy, it's become airy.
I mean, if you look at the colors, they're quite different.
Different, very different.
That's how you know it's ready.
It looks so creamy as well already.
We're gonna add in our icing sugar, but we're not gonna add it in like one batch.
Okay.
Just like half of it first.
Okay.
Okay. And then
give that a mix.
Mix that a mix.
Look at how good that looks already.
Okay.
I love it. I love how smooth it is as well. And I can't wait to get this frosting on our cakes.
Yeah, and then now we're gonna add just a teaspoon of our vanilla extract.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Then add in our final amount of icing sugar. Okay. Continue mixing, but gently. You're gonna scoop some and then hold it like this.
Okay.
If you see it threatening to like slip off, you know that you just need to add a bit more icing sugar to make it a bit more stiff, or you know, thicken it a bit. And then mix it. This time you can even like put the whisk away.
Okay.
And just work with your spatula.
Sure. All right, now that is going straight in there. We're mixing that to a nice stiff frosting, like she said. And again, you also want to remember that your hand also tends to warm it when you're piping. So the stiffer the better, right?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
All right, now that we're going to finish mixing that, and then we're going to get to frosting, because our cupcakes should be nice and room temperature now.
Okay, so our cupcakes are ready. They've been cooling. They are perfect. Now we're getting on to one of my favorite parts, which is really decorating cakes.
Yes.
Here, let your creativity take the wheel. Let Jesus and creativity take the wheel.
Okay.
And do with the cakes whatever you like. But I'm going to show you something that really works very simple.
Okay.
So you have your cupcakes here.
Okay.
So we're just going to put 2 on 2.
Okay.
And we also have our icing sugar, which is our buttercream. Now, to make it easier for you, in case you don't have like, yes, in case you don't have like, say, like piping tips or what, you just put some in a piping bag, cut it, and then we're going to show you something very simple.
Right.
Okay, so you want to start from the sides and then go around. Okay, you want to start from the sides while you go around, then to the middle.
Okay.
You see that?
Fantastic.
Very, very simple. Also onto the next one, you start from the sides while you come to the middle. All right, and then now we're gonna get our, these are coconut shavings, or like coconut pieces.
Right.
This is gonna look like our snow, you know?
Perfect. We don't snow here, but it's still perfect.
But you still want to make sure it's festive.
Okay.
But the first thing we're going to do is now work with our raspberries, which we're just going to put on top as garnish. Okay.
Okay.
You just want to put like 2 of them.
Okay.
Okay. So 2 is enough.
Yes.
And then now you get your coconuts and just sort of sprinkle to give it that nice, sort of like snow
feel.
Yes.
I love this. These look so gorgeous.
We're not yet done.
Okay.
We just have some few more items to add.
Okay.
All right, now we have other things, which is also now our, we have now this. You could also skip this. So we have these are like sprinkles, okay? And this is powder. This is gold powder or gold dust. Now for sprinkles, you could just also add just a few, you know?
Okay.
Oopsie, be careful with them. They're quite, okay? Just add some on top. And then you also have some gold dust.
Right, look at that, absolutely gorgeous.
We have these, which are piping tips. If you don't have them, you could still work with a knife. Okay. And then we're going to create a hole in the middle of the cupcakes.
Okay.
Why we're using this is because it allows you to just scoop out
perfect shapes, right? Okay.
And then you're going to get your ganache. And then fill the middle of the cake with ganache.
Okay.
So that it creates like that nice chocolate, pocket of chocolate goodness. And then get your icing or your frosting and do the same thing we just did with the other cupcakes.
Ganache going in. I love the consistency of it. Look at that. It's very
It's now
nice
thickened.
and thick.
So, you know, the more it just stays there and resting, it gets thicker.
Right.
Okay. So we're going to get this. Put this again on top, you know, also to just decorate these.
I'm just going to add a nice top.
A nice top. You can work with as much as you like.
Yes, yes, thank you. All right, now we have our final products, and let me tell you, look at how pretty they are.
Yeah.
I love the fact that the little raspberries look like acorns, which is just perfect for our Christmas season.
Yes.
And I cannot wait to bite into this.
Me too.
Okay, perfect, perfect. I was waiting for this moment for so long. I love how moist it is. I wish you guys could just smell just how delicious it smells.
Yes.
I want to make sure that I get to bite into that chocolate part. Oh wow. That chocolate cake is moist, it's soft, it's fluffy. Then the frosting is just perfect. I know you just can't stop. This is that I need to end the show so that I can dig into the rest of this. But thank you so much, Faiza, for joining us on set today.
Thank you for having me.
Such an honor. And of course, she is from NTV Uganda all the way, merging with NTV Kenya. She actually has a baking show, and we have been graced with her beautiful cakes today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been exciting.
It's been a blast. All right, guys, we wish you a very wonderful Christmas. And of course, we do hope Christmas season, and we do hope that you are able to try out this recipe. A big thank you to Pneumatic for having us in the kitchen. Of course, you can definitely check out all the other episodes on ntvkenya.co.ke or simply scan the QR code. That's it for tonight here on Pishi Bomba. Happy baking and Merry Christmas season.
Hey, wait. Uko married? You guys, what am I doing with my life? Oh, Faiza, these are gonna be so delicious. Here, let your creativity take the wheel. Let Jesus and creativity take the wheel.
Okay.
And do with the cakes whatever you like. In Swahili, they say asante sana.
Yes, yes.
Uwe mbali, tutakukaribisha, tutakufisha, tutakulisha na tutakutunza kifalme. Sababu yetu kuu ni wewe kujitunza mwenyewe kupitia the hot box ya Loto Moto.
Chunga nisianguka.
Mimi ndio naanguka.
Kwa mara ya kwanza.
Loto Moto Show this Sunday at 7:30 p.m. on NTV. Lucky Game imedhaminiwa na eBet Kenya Limited.
God called the Holy Trinity and he told them that we are going to create man in our own image. Sorry, baby. Hello. Hata kukula pato wachaanza kukula. Pata.
There he is. And he's eating roskoko.
With rice.
New beginnings bring people closer together. The delicious taste of Amana is now in an exciting new pack. Amana by Unga Limited.
This is NTV.
Naam, ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaba mpenzi mtazamaji, natumai ubuheri wa afya na kuwa Jumapili yako imekuwa shwari mtazamaji. Kumbuka kwamba karibu sana katika NTV Weekendi. Leo tunakuletea makala spesheli kuhusu mwanahabari wa Pakistan Arshad Sharif aliyeuawa hapa nchini. Jina langu ni Nuru Abdulaziz, anayenisaidia kwa lugha ya ishara ni David Agundo. Andamana nasi hadi tamati. Mtazamaji, Agosti mwaka jana mwanahabari wa Pakistan aliyekuwa amekimbia nchini Kenya kutafuta usalama anadaiwa kupigwa risasi na kuuawa na maafisa wa GSU huko Kajiado eti kwa bahati mbaya. Mwaka mmoja baadaye haijawahi kubainika jinsi mwanahabari huyo kwa jina Arshad Sharif alivyokufa. Leo mhariri Nicholas Wambua anazamia mauaji yake na kuuliza maswali tata. Je, nani alimuua Arshad Sharif na ni kwa nini mwanahabari huyu alikuwa amekimbia taifa lake? Tazama makala ya Mauti Jangwani.
Agosti mwaka wa 2022, Mohamed Arshad Sharif, mwanahabari tajika nchini Pakistan, alilazimika kukimbia taifa hilo kutafuta usalama huko Dubai kutokana na vitisho vya mara kwa mara kutoka kwa serikali ya Pakistan. Licha ya kutuma maombi ya visa ya kudumu, serikali ya Dubai ilikataa abadan katan na badala yake kuanza vitisho vya kumrejesha nchini Pakistan kwa lazima asipoondoka katika muda wa saa 48. Baada ya kuwaza na kuwazua, Arshad aliishia na wazo moja: kukimbia nchini Kenya, taifa huru alikokubalika pasi na matatizo ya kupata visa ya utalii.
Here, if he was on a run or any security list, he wouldn't have got a visa. Because immediately in all 9 visas, you know, all these things, all these prompts come up.
Nchini Kenya, na alipopata salama kwa muda wa siku 63, ndipo maisha yake yalikatizwa ghafla kikatili. Siku hiyo ya mauko ya Arshad katika kaunti ya Kajiado, takriban kilomita 120 kutoka jijini Nairobi, matukio matatu yalikuwa yakifanyika. Kwanza, jamaa mmoja mfanya biashara jijini Nairobi aliwacha gari lake aina ya Mercedes kwa nambari usajili KDJ 700F nje ya duka fulani mtaa wa Pangani kabla ya mwanawe kulichukua na kuondoka kwenda kumwona mamake. Taarifa kwa polisi ziliashiria kuwa mfanya biashara huyo hakuwa katika hali ya kuelewana na mkewe. Hii ikazua shauku kwamba huenda ndiyo sababu mwanawe hakupokea simu 18 alizopiga babake. Ilimlazimu kupiga ripoti kwa maafisa wa polisi kituoni Pangani kwamba gari lake lilikuwa limetoweka na anashuku mwanawe wa umri wa miaka 27 ametekwa nyara. Katika kituo cha polisi cha Pangani, afisa Frederick Obiero ndiye alirekodi taarifa ya mfanya biashara huyo na mara moja akaanza sakasaka za gari hilo pamoja na mwanawe. Saa 1:29 za jioni, gari la Wainaina lilionekana katika mtaa wa Lisa Hills, Rongai. Dakika 2 baadaye gari hilo lilikuwa katika shule ya Lisa Hills. Afisa Frederick Obiero, baada ya kuona umbali wa gari hilo, alilazimika kuwasiliana na maafisa katika kituo kilichoko karibu, kituo cha polisi cha Kiserian. Maafisa kituoni Kiserian, baada ya ganga zao na kulitafuta gari hili, lilikuwa umbali wa kilomita 50. Obiero alilazimika kuwasilisha ujumbe huu kwa maafisa katika kituo cha mafunzo ya GSU kilicho Magadi. Kwa haraka, kamanda katika kituo hiki alikusanya kikundi cha maafisa 4 waliojihami kutega mtego barabarani Kamukuru, Magadi, kwa kutundika mawe njiani.
Person was not armed, and when you erect a roadblock, the reason for erecting a roadblock is not to shoot and kill, is to disable movement of the suspects so that you can get them out, arrest them and do interrogation.
Wakati taarifa za kupotea kwa gari na kutekwa nyara kwa jamaa zilipokuwa zikipigwa Nairobi, mkutano katika shamba linalomilikiwa na Wapakistani watatu Magadi ulikuwa unashika kasi. Wakar Hamid, Kuram Hamid na Jamshid ndio wamiliki wa Amadamp Kwenia. Shambani humu ndipo palipo na eneo la burudani, shamba na eneo la majaribio ya kufyatua risasi. Eneo la burudani linamilikiwa na Khuram Hamed. Jamshid ndiye mmiliki wa shamba na kisha Wakar Hamed anamiliki eneo la kufyatua risasi. Watatu hao waliwaeleza polisi kwamba jioni hiyo walikuwa wameandaa chajio kwa marafiki katika eneo la Amadamb na kwamba watu mbalimbali walikuwa wamealikwa akiwemo mwanahabari Arshad Sharif aliyepewa mwaliko na Wakar. Takriban maafisa 10 wa Marekani wanaripotiwa kuwa baadhi ya wageni waalikwa jioni hiyo. Baada ya hafla, Khuram na Arshad walifunga safari ya kuelekea Nairobi.
It's a coincidence, but one act was used to cover up the second act.
Katika taarifa kwa polisi haijabainika iwapo Arshad Sharif alikuwa amehudhuria hafla hiyo tu au alikuwa na shughuli zingine. Pia katika taarifa kwa polisi hakuna yeyote aliyeweka wazi walikokuwa wakielekea Khuram na Arshad Sharif. Meza ya upekuzi ya NTV imepata picha za kipekee za uchunguzi wa risasi inayodaiwa kumuua mwanahabari Arshad Sharif, na kwa mara ya kwanza kupitia runinga ya kitaifa na kupitia picha 316 sasa tuna mawili matatu ya kufichua. Haya ni makala ya Mauti Jangwani. Ndani ya gari aina ya Land Cruiser nambari ya usajili KDG 200M alikuwa Arshad Sharif upande wa abiria, naye Khuram akashika usukani kama dereva. Kwa upande mwingine, maafisa wa GSU walikuwa mbioni kutafuta gari lililoibwa, gari aina ya Mercedes Sprinter. Magari tofauti kwa muundo na nambari za usajili. Tayari maafisa hawa wanne walikuwa wameweka kizuizi njiani. Mazungumzo kwa njia ya simu yaliyo mikononi mwetu baina ya Douglas Wainaina na mwanawe yanaonyesha kwamba wawili hao walizungumza mwendo wa saa 3 na dakika 51 jioni pale kijana huyo alipomfahamisha babake kuhusu safari ya Kiserian kumwona mamake. Katika kaunti ya Kajiado, saa 3 na dakika 35 usiku, Khuram kupitia taarifa kwa polisi anasema baada ya kupata kizuizi cha mawe barabarani alisimamisha gari lake, ila hapakuwa na yeyote. Khuram anaendelea kwa kusema kwamba ni baada ya kuamua kuvuka kizuizi cha mawe walipopigwa risasi kutoka nyuma. Anasema walinyeshewa na mvua ya risasi, gari likiwa kwenye mwendo. Mwaka mmoja baada ya mauaji ya Arshad Sharif, kitengo cha upekuzi cha NTV sasa kimeibuka na baadhi ya majibu kuhusiana na mauaji ya mwanahabari huyu aliyekuwa akiwindwa na utawala nchini Pakistan. Tumezama na kuzuka na majibu ya jinsi gari lililokuwa limembeba mwanahabari huyu lilivyopigwa risasi na walipokuwa maafisa waliofyatua risasi ya kumnyamazisha Arshad Sharif milele.
The vehicle Assad was using is quite different in make, model, yeah, and even the registration number from the vehicle that was being looked for by this gentleman and the police in Parklands.
Maafisa wa polisi wanasema risasi ya kwanza ilifyatuliwa pale dereva wa gari hili aina ya Toyota Land Cruiser chini ya udhibiti wa Khuram Hamed alipokosa kusimama kwa amri ya maafisa wa GSU waliokuwa wamejipanga tayari kumkabili dereva yeyote kaidi barabarani. Risasi hii iliyowekwa alama ya 21A ndiyo risasi ya pili kufyatuliwa. Uchunguzi wa kina unaonyesha kuwa risasi hii ilifyatuliwa kupitia mlango wa abiria upande wa kulia na kuishia kwenye mshipi wa usalama. Wataalamu katika idara ya polisi wanasema aliyefyatua risasi hii alikuwa amelala chini, ila bunduki ikawa imeinuliwa kidogo kwa kipimo cha nyuzi kati 23 na 25. Risasi hii ilifyatuliwa gari lilipokuwa likikaribia mfyatuaji. Katika taarifa yake kwa polisi, Khuram Hamed alisema kwamba walianza kushambuliwa baada ya kupita kizuizi cha polisi. Khuram anasema walisimama katika kizuizi hicho cha polisi na kwamba hakuna risasi ilifyatuliwa kabla ya kusimama.
But the police acted in such a way that the moment this vehicle stopped, it was shot at. It doesn't happen like that. It's unprocedural and it's against the laws of this country.
Hii ndiyo risasi ya tatu. Risasi hii ilifyatuliwa kupitia kioo cha gari hilo, kuingia ndani ya gari na kisha kutoka kupitia paa la gari. Mfyatuaji wa risasi hii alikuwa amelala kwa nyuzi 43 mkabala na gari hilo. Ni dhahiri kwamba mfyatuaji wa risasi ya tatu ndiye aliyefyatua risasi ya 4 kupitia kiti cha abiria kilichokunjwa upande wa ndani wa gari na kutokea kwenye paa la gari. Risasi hii ilifyatuliwa kutoka nyuzi 35. Risasi ya 5 hapa kwa alama ya 21 da ilifyatuliwa sekunde chache baada ya gari hili kumpita mfyatuaji. Aliyefyatua risasi hii alikuwa amelala chini na kufyatua risasi hiyo kwa nyuzi 40. Risasi ya 6 ilifyatuliwa kutoka nyuma ya gari na kisha kukwama ndani ya gari. Na japo wakati huo gari lilikuwa tayari limempita mfyatuaji, wataalamu wanasema kwa kuwa alikuwa amelala chini, risasi hiyo ilipenyeza gari kwa nyuzi 20. Dadisi na uchunguzi wetu unaashiria kuwa risasi ya 2, ya 3, ya 4 na ya 5 zote zilifyatuliwa na mtu mmoja. Risasi hizo zilifyatuliwa gari hili lilipokuwa likimkaribia na kumwacha mfyatuaji kwa mtindo sawa. Risasi zilizofyatuliwa baada ya risasi ya 6 zimeibua maswali mengi zaidi ya majibu, mambo ambayo wataalamu wa bunduki wanasema katu hayawezekani. Hii ni risasi ya 7. Risasi ya 7 ni moja kati ya risasi 2 zilizoingia ndani ya gari hili kupita nyuma. Risasi hii iliingia kupitia kioo cha nyuma, ikapasua kiti cha abiria upande wa nyuma na kupita hadi kiti cha abiria cha mbele alipoketi mwanahabari Arshad Sharif. Wachunguzi wamesema ni risasi hii iliyompiga Arshad mgongoni na kutokea kifuani. Maswali si haba yamejitokeza ya ni vipi risasi hiyo licha ya kupitia vikwazo vingi ilimfikia Arshad kumpiga na kumpasua kifua wazi.
This is called terminal ballistics.
Tulimsaka mmoja wa wanapatholojia wenye tajriba kubwa nchini, Profesa Emily Rogena. Rogena alizamia wanapatholojia mnamo mwaka wa 1996 na kama mhadhiri pia wanapatholojia wengi nchini wamepitia mikononi mwake. Kwa picha ya jinsi Arshad alivyopigwa risasi mgongoni, mwenzangu Brian Obuya alikuwa na swali moja kwa profesa.
If this shot went through like a car seat or something, would we be in a position to maybe see still?
Car seat is thick. I don't imagine. You know, the bullet has a very high speed.
Yeah.
So it will penetrate, definitely. It will pass.
Yeah.
1,000. It goes almost 1,000 miles per second. I mean, it's a very fast-moving thing. Eh? So, and the powder is just a plume around it. The gunshot residues, the heat. This is just tiny, tiny objects going with it, which are the ones that are supposed to have propelled it from inside the ammunition. A cassette.
Yeah, a cassette.
I doubt. The residues would be blocked.
Of information we do not have, we do not.
Picha hii tuliwasilisha kwa Daktari Edwin Walong kuitathmini.
The question again would be, is this direct injury from this, or is there an intervening change in direction? Because as the bullet is fired, whatever it goes through, whatever matter it goes through, would influence its direction. So if it is fired from outside the vehicle, then we expect it to change direction when it has contact with the window. We expect it to change some direction if there is contact with any other. But looking at this, it doesn't seem to have had much contact with anything else for it to form this kind of cavity. Maybe it slowed down a little bit to a low velocity firearm injury. but the direction definitely looks like left to right and slightly upwards.
Profesa Rogena kwa upande wake anasema kulingana na picha huenda aliyefyatua risasi hiyo hakuwa mbali na Arshad Sharif.
Whichever this bullet that entered should have been more than a meter away from this guy. Yes, around a meter, but not too far from 1 meter. Because you can see it has left its residue. The bullet residue, gunshot residues, come as a cone with the bullet inside. Within that fire, the smoke, and the residues. And so the farther you are away from the body, the wider the spread. You can see the spread in this body, those peppering. And also apart from wider the spread, the fewer the residues that will land on the body. It's angulated. And that has been shown by the heights that Dr. Duor described. The right entry seems to be closer to the top of the head than the exit, 7 centimeters. So if you draw 7 centimeters, that there's an angulation to some extent.
Lakini je, risasi hii ingemuua Arshad moja kwa moja?
The right lung bears the brunt of most injury, and this injury appears to have been fairly survivable. Particularly now that we don't see too much bleeding within the chest cavity and collapse of the lung.
Na mtazamaji, imekuwa sehemu ya kwanza ya makala ya Mauti Jangwani. Tunaenda mapumzikoni. Baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu tutakuwa narejea tukiangalia na sehemu ya pili ya makala hiyo. Usiende mbali.
Called the Holy Trinity, and he told them that we are going to create man in our own image. Sorry, baby. Hello. Hata kukula pato wachaanza kukula.
There he is. And he's eating roskoko.
With rice.
New beginnings bring people closer together. The delicious taste of Amana is now in an exciting new pack. Amana by Unga Limited.
People come to me and they say they get discomfort when they have ice cream. Can you imagine that? Avoiding having cold ice cream. Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Si Christmas ndio hii. Wengi wanaangazia lotomoto. Yetu ni charity mashinani. Jumuika nasi msimu huu wa Krismasi kuwahimarisha na kuwafurahisha wasiojiweza. Tuwape lisho, tuwape makazi, tuwape tabasamu kupitia *570#. Zawadi za Kristi ni kem zinashinaniwa, ikiwa the grand prize ni jijenge na moti. Jipe gari ya gharama yako, mafuta ya gharama yako na suluhisho ya hasoli yako. 25% ya mchezo huu inatengewa charity. Jijenge na moti, iwashe, iwake!
Lucky Game imedhaminiwa na eBet Kenya Limited.
If I don't win, I will accept not winning, and I will support and stand behind by a new leader.
What do you think about visa-free for the entire continent?
It should be gradually introduced. If it happened right now, there may be a surge in some places. We as Africans have got to be resolute, unhindered, unblinded by our resolve to make sure that we put in governance systems to assure us that we would not fall into a dead trap.
Have you managed to keep corruption out of bay completely, totally?
Nobody can ever say they've kept corruption at bay completely. The corrupter and the colluder to corrupt us are very creative.
Mr. President, what keeps you awake at night?
Unemployment, particularly of the youth. I pray about it.
The Kenya Medical Training College, KMTC, is celebrating its 92nd graduation ceremony on Thursday, December 7th, 2023. The event will be held at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, Nairobi from 10 a.m. and will be live on NTV and the KMTC official YouTube channel. Visit www.kmtc.ac.ke for more information on the graduation, training programs, and application procedure. KMTC, training for better health.
Enter a world where knowledge is put into practice and the heart of African agriculture beats loudly and energetically.
Welcome to Kikao,
a revolutionary talk show that is changing how people think and look at agriculture in Africa.
This is the particular variety that is suitable.
We will seek to demystify GMOs.
Kikao is a platform where African agriculture takes center stage.
Seeds, just which is which.
From seasoned farmers to thought leaders, they direct us toward a future in which livelihoods thrive and nations prosper.
It became possible to move genes from unrelated organisms.
Kikao, every Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. only on NTV.
Mother, tell me the truth. Did you really patch things up with Mrs. Irene?
Yes, darling. Because now I understand that the love that you feel for each other is very strong. I promise you that I'm not going to oppose it anymore.
How should I know what that is?
Don't pretend. Morales brought this to you earlier. You are running DNA tests on someone to see if you have a child.
I don't want your brother rubbing the fact that you have no interest right into my face.
All right then. I'll do whatever you wish.
You better do what I wished. Not just because of that. It's your obligation.
Abdul and that woman are getting married. I came from there and she told me.
Head over heels.
How do you keep your toilets clean?
I use normal detergent and bleach for washing.
The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust, and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
Behold the Okavango Delta, a masterpiece of nature. A jewel nestled in the heart of Botswana.
My name is Wilfred Keboro. I'm the chairman of Nation Media Group. And my dream for Africa is that it will be a very economically advanced continent where the intra-African trade will be at the highest level ever. Africa education level will have been at par with the rest of the world. A respected Africa, a free Africa, where we embrace democratic principles. Usi Festival of Ideas is an open forum, is an honest forum to discuss about those issues as Africans, to see what is it that we need to do to be able to realize the dream that our forefathers had at the time of independence. I'll personally be there in Botswana, and I would urge all of you like-minded people, come and join us so that we can talk about Africa and see what we really need to do to put our continent where it needs to be.
Dynasties are special. Constant success and domination that garners deserved praise and plaudits. On the other hand, there is nothing quite like the underdog that threatens that dynasty, if only for a short time. Which is exactly where Girona fits in this La Liga season, looking to unseat the big clubs with the ultimate underdog performance.
Watch out for Safaricom Santa coming to a town near you with Christmas surprises. Sambaza furaha this Christmas na Safaricom.
Bunning! Your alarm clock woke everyone in the neighborhood and you didn't hear it? I'm up already!
A heart as bright as day.
This is the sixth pitch that started with the definition of tranquila. I know what it means. I named it myself.
And a heart as dark as the night.
Ow! Oh my! Wait up! Is there still room? You pervert!
This is the story of their hate at first sight. Secrets of El Paraíso.
For all your sporty news updates,
this is the first time I'm actually holding a sword.
It's fun conversations.
Tell me something, why jersey 14?
There was Thierry Henry, this jersey 14 where my mom bought me his jersey.
Great entertainment. Rib-cracking laughter.
Yeah, that's our director.
And insightful banter.
Tell us about that rivalry with the Kani Simbine.
When you get to track, there's no friendship.
Eliud, what's your favorite food?
Favorite food?
Yes.
Join us every Monday at 10 p.m. with NTV sports gurus Bernard Ndong and James Wakabi. Sport on NTV, your home of sports.
How can we expect God to bless our nation with the contemptuous Tadu attitude?
When he went to make that statement, it was a decision he made on his own and he didn't consult anyone.
Serve the people, discharge my duties.
For a moment I wondered whether I had placed the wrong script there, but it was the right one.
Tell us about your golden headache.
That is one of the matters where I will not accept a virtual hearing. I want to be present personally and meet my accuser.
Karibu sana mtazamaji, tuendelee na taarifa zetu za NTV Weekend. Muungano wa walimu nchini NAATU umeitaka tume ya kuajiri walimu nchini TSC kuweka walimu wanaohudumu na hawajaajiriwa kipaumbele wakati wanapoanza mkondo wa pili wa kuajiri walimu mwakani. Kulingana na katibu mkuu wa muungano huo Collins Oyu, walimu wa nyanjani wamepata ujuzi wa kutosha na wako tayari kutekeleza majukumu yao darasani. Aidha, muungano huo umeita serikali kushughulikia maslahi ya walimu kikamilifu, huku ukisuta baadhi ya miungano ya walimu kwa kuwachochea walimu wa nyanjani kuandamana kwa kutaka ajira ya kudumu.
Given the fact that these teachers have served well and with distinction, the Commission should, without subjecting them to any other prejudice, convert them to permanent and pensionable terms upon expiry of their contractual period. These teachers must be given the first priority in the impending hiring of teachers come 2024.
True. That's very true.
And I want to say, sit afadhali. These people have worked. And I want to say, when you work as an intern, you even improve your skills. And that is why some people are running around to confuse interns to go and demonstrate, which I said, and I want to repeat, is most unfortunate.
Wakenya wanaoishi na ulemavu wamehimizwa kufika kwenye vituo vya Huduma Center kote nchini kujisajili kupata kadi spesheli itakayotoa nafasi ya walemavu kupata huduma za serikali. Kulingana na afisa mkuu mtendaji wa shirika la Ahadi Kenya Trust, Stanley Kamau, walemavu wana haki ya kupata huduma kama hizo.
Tunaongea mambo gani? Hakuna kuomba. Mungu anatutambua. Can you imagine?
Tukiangalia zidi kwa kumbe
unaipata.
Mwema NCBA, I have received on your
where every individual, regardless of their ability.
We can look at all the policies that have been put in place to support the person's disability, including registration, leadership, and all those other issues that have been put in place. This country has got very good documents in regard to the person's disability, but most of them have never been implemented. This is a high time that we need to implement all those policies.
Na mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo, sasa tuangazie sehemu ya pili ya makala ya Mauti Jangwani.
Alipopigwa risasi, Arshad Sharif, dereva Huram Hamed, aliendesha gari kwa mwendo wa kilomita 26 kutoka eneo la mkasa hadi shambani mwa Jamshid. Aliliegesha gari nje ya lango kuu, akaingia ndani na kuagiza maji ya kukata kiu. Aliosubiri Jamshid na Wakar kuwasili, kisha baadaye polisi. Wakati wote huu Arshad alikuwa ndani ya gari. Kama bado alikuwa hai, hatua hii ilipunguza uwezekano wa kuishi kwake. Uchunguzi wa jinsi risasi zilifyatuliwa kutoka nyuma ya gari sasa unaibua maswali. Kwanza, kwenye kioo cha nyuma cha gari hili mashimo yaliyoachwa na risasi ni mawili, ila kupitia picha hizi ni wazi kwamba risasi zilizofyatuliwa ndani ya gari kutoka nyuma ni 4. Wachunguzi wanaamini kuwa risasi hii iliyopita kwenye kiti ndiyo iliyompiga Arshad. Upo ushahidi kwamba ni risasi hiyo pia iliyopita na kupenyeza upande wa mbele wa gari. Utata zaidi unaibuka katika kiti cha nyuma cha abiria upande wa kushoto. Ni dhahiri kwamba risasi 2 zilipiga eneo hili, ila zilivyoingia ndipo tatizo lilipo. Wachunguzi kutoka idara ya upelelezi DCI kupitia ripoti ya kurasa 12 wanasema kwamba risasi hizi 2 zilipita kwa shimo moja. Ni maelezo haya ya DCI ambayo yanaonekana kuleta utata zaidi, ikizingatiwa kwamba gari hili wakati wa tukio lilikuwa mwendo wa kasi. George Musamali alikuwa mtaalamu na mkufunzi wa matumizi ya bunduki. Musamali anasema hili haliwezekani abadan katan.
Even when we talk about snipers, rarely do we have a sniper who is so accurate as to fire 2 rounds through the same hole with a vehicle in motion. I think that scene was stage managed to suit a certain narrative. And this is why right now nobody is able to tell us exactly what happened. And if you look at the hole, the point of entry is normally smaller than the point of exit. I had an opportunity of looking at that vehicle, and clearly these shots were fired with the vehicle not in motion.
I don't think it's very probable to have 2 bullets that would pass at the same time, because that means that the weapon that was being used was on full automatic. If a weapon's on full automatic, and then again, are those the weapons that are carried by the GSU? Are all the AK-47s that the GSU carries, are they all able to have a selector from full automatic to semi-automatic?
Kuna kila sababu ya kuamini, japo kuna mawili matatu yasiyoeleweka kuhusu jinsi risasi hizi zilivyofyatuliwa hadi risasi ya 7 inayoaminika kumuua Arshad. mauaji yake hayakuwa ya kawaida. Ziara yake humu nchini kwa takriban miezi miwili ilikuwa na utata mwingi. Nchini Kenya, alipopata salama paligeuka tamati ya safari yake ulimwenguni. Arshad alikuwa ameingia nchini Kenya kutoka Dubai Agosti mwaka wa 2022. Alikimbia Dubai alikokuwa amekimbilia kujificha kutokana na vitisho vya mara kwa mara na kunyimwa visa ya kudumu.
No, not really, not really. He was a journalist, he was still doing his vlogs and everything, so I think it was okay.
The resolution for vote of no confidence against Mr. Imran Khan, the Prime Minister of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, has been passed by a majority of the total membership of the National Assembly.
Aprili 10 mwaka wa 2022, Waziri Mkuu wa Pakistan Imran Khan aliondolewa madarakani.
मुझे ये अरेस्ट कर चुके होंगे और मैं जेल में हूँगा.
Maisha ya Arshad Sharif yalikuwa hatarini na kumlazimisha kutafuta salama nje ya Pakistan.
Federal ministers और हाज़रीन, अस्सलाम वालेकुम.
Mwanahabari huyu shupavu na kati ya walioheshimiwa zaidi alikuwa amepokea vitisho kutoka kwa machapisho ya habari zilizopinga utawala mpya. Arshad alitakiwa kushtakiwa kwa kosa la kuchochea wananchi dhidi ya serikali. Alikuwa mfuasi mkubwa wa Imran Khan na akaamini kuwa kuondolewa kwake madarakani ulikuwa na mwingilio wa siasa. Arshad aligeuka mkosoaji mkubwa wa serikali ya Shehbaz Sharif. Mwezi mmoja baada ya Shehbaz kuchukua usukani, Arshad Sharif alichapisha taarifa kuhusu bwana mmoja wa chama tawala cha Pakistan Muslim League ambaye hakuwa mfanyakazi wa serikali ila alitekeleza majukumu ya serikali pamoja na kuwapa vitisho wafanyakazi wa umma. Arshad alichapisha taarifa kadhaa zilizolenga na kuikosoa serikali katika kipindi chake kwenye televisheni. Mnamo mwezi Agosti mwaka wa 2022, miezi miwili kabla kuuawa kwake, Arshad Sharif alimhoji Shehbaz Gill anayeongoza chama chake Imran Khan katika runinga ya News. Katika mahojiano haya, Gill alitoa matamshi ya kuashiria kwamba maafisa wa kitengo cha chini katika jeshi hawafai kufuata maagizo ya wakuu wao yanayokiuka haki za wananchi wa Pakistan. Kwa serikali, huu ulikuwa ni msumari kwenye kidonda. Serikali ya Shehbaz Sharif mara moja iliagiza kufungwa kwa kituo cha News na agizo likatolewa la kumkamata mwanahabari Arshad Sharif pamoja na Shehbaz Gill.
Na mtazamaji, ilikuwa ni sehemu ya pili ya makala ya Mauti Jangwani. Kwa kikamilifu mtazamaji, ukitaka kuangazia makala hayo utaangazia katika tovuti ya ntvkenya.co.ke mtazamaji, na pia kumbuka mwendo saa 3 tutakuwa na makala haya kwa lugha ya Kiingereza au kipenda kwa Kimombo. Na ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Naitwa Nora Abdulaziz, mwenzangu wa ishara ni David Agodoa. Alamsiki.
This is NTV.
On my dark marks, I've tried everything, but hardly any results. Nivea Luna 630 works from day one. With visible results in just 2 weeks, you'll see the difference or get your money back. The results speak for themselves. Join the 1 million women already using the #1 Lumina 630 from Nivea.
Kenya, twende mbele. NCBA, go for it. NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Salute, and welcome to your long-awaited show, ya Lotomoto. Now, this is for the lovers wa bahati, good time, and charity. Yes, hii ni charity show. Now, niko njiani na my crew kwenda kupatana na one person who genuinely needs usaidizi. Lakini tukiwa barabarani, we have to drop some stuff. This is the thing. For my Lotomoto show, I give 3 contestants opportunity ya kujichagulia kati ya sanduku 12 wajipe bahati. Na wakiwacha, we've got the streets. Twende tupeane. Namna ya kucheza Lotomoto sasa imerahisishwa. Dial *570#. Unangoja nini? *570#.
Naishi Zimmerman. Na nimekuwa nashinda for a very long time. Na nimeona nijiunge na niombe usaidizi kwa watu wa Lotomoto.
So we received this request kutoka kwa this lady called Joan. Has one genuine story.
So on that April 2021, mwanangu alidungwa kisu na wakora visu kadhaa, but kuna moja ilikuwa main yenye ilifanya akalazwa Kenyatta for 1 week. So tukakopa pesa loan kwa bank ya 42,000 ndio tulipe hiyo bill. By then mimi nilikuwa nafanya kazi, kuna mama nilikuwa nafanyia kazi ya kuosha vyombo, na hiyo time venye nilienda kudischarge mwanangu, hapo ndo nilifutwa kazi ndio kuchelewa. Kutoka hapo ndo to survive nilikuwa nafulia watu nguo.
Situation yake inaendelea kudeteriorate because now pia now ana need medication. She's actually under medication because ya mambo ya vifua na kutoka hizo.
Tuko na deni ya hiyo loan. Amerudi last month kazi. Niko na hiyo shida kufungana. Accident nimeandikwa referral accident hii. Niko na mpaka rent arrears ya miezi 2. Niko na school fees yenye nafaa kulipa. Niko na ndeni juu kutoka nigonjeke, sasa siweza kwenda kazi. Nimekuwa nikikopa to survive.
Kiona ni mtu wako na watoto wawili and she just requested at least apate 3,000 shillings ili aweze kufanya biashara ya kuhawk manguo.
Nitakuwa naendea nguo Gikomba na kuja huku kwa estate nazururisha nauzia watu, na I'm very sure nitajikaza kabisa itusaidie kulipa bills na niweze kusave ndio tuweze kuendelea mimi na familia yangu.
And we felt this is a genuine story. So we are in Laviton. Ndio tufike Kilimani, the only place we can pass by is Kawangware. Kawangware. I've got the 43-inch TV hapa ndani ya hii box. Niko na kichungi, niko na 10,000, niko na 25,000 shillings, niko na blender, na niko na hewa ndani ya masanduku haya. Na pia niko na chapa. My Lotomoto show, watu hawajachukua. And this is what I want. Ni drop in Kawangware. Free of charge. Wewe pia ni mtu wa bahati. Kweli? Nikiteremka hapa chini na shilingi 50,000 utaichukua? Nyinyi unasikia mnaringa hapa? Imani mnajiamini, si ndio? Ni aje big man? Unajiita nani? Bosco. Hebu shika kwanza hii. Wewe unajiita nani? Nimekuja Kawangware mzima. Nimekuja na TV, nimekuja na 50,000 shillings, nimekuja na 25,000 shillings. Watu wa Kawangware wamekataa kuchukua. Watu wa Kawangware wanataka kuchukua tu slippers jamani. Ndani hizi boxes nimeweka 50,000 shillings for one of the boxes. Nimeweka TV na nimeweka jembe. Na kuna sanduku ambao pia ni 0, hakuna kitu. Akishinda si anawapeleka out, ndio? Big man, nataka unichagulie sanduku moja hapo. Unachukua gani kati ya 1 mpaka 7?
2. Karibu 3.
Amesema 2. Unaona kwa sawa?
4.
Unaona advice tu ngapi?
5.
5. Bosco?
Yes sir.
Wachana na 2, chukua shilingi 1,000. Mimi naenda zangu. Chukua.
Iko kwa 2.
1,000 shillings unakata. Unatoa wapi? December. Unawacha 1,000 shillings hivyo. Wachana na sanduku namba 2 bwana. Unachukua gani?
2.
2. Unarudisha hiyo 1,000? Bosco. Chukua 2,000. Wachana na sanduku namba 2. Kama ni 2 nataka ndio hiyo. Na pia ukitaka unaweza geuza. Unaweza chukua 5 yake, unaweza chukua hiyo 4 yenye anasema. Chukua 2 ama unageuza?
Chukua 2.
Wangware mtanichoma ni. Hamtaki pesa? Nawapatia pesa? Mnakataa. Bosco.
Yes sir.
4,000 shillings. Unatoa shilingi 4,000 wapi? Chukua hizo. Wachana na hiyo sanduku. Where do you get such amount of cash na economy kama hii? Take the money. Ende ama unaona?
Niko nayo.
Hey! This is 50,000 shillings. Unaamini kwa hapa? Unaamini kwa hapa? Unaona hii pesa iko hapa ndani? Kweli?
Kabisa.
Kweli?
Kabisa.
Ukiinusa inanuka kama 2. Wewe mwenyewe umesema 50,000 iko na 0.5. Nipe my 4,000 shillings kama uzitaki. Hii Nairobi na hii economy inarudisha shilingi 4,000 za bure. Simumeona? Simumeona? In 3. Unachukua shilingi zangu 4,000, unachukua shilingi. Unachukua sanduku namba 3. Ama unageuza?
Sanduku namba 2.
In 2. Unachukua sanduku namba 2. Unachukua shilingi zangu 4,000.
Chukua sanduku namba 2.
Bosco. Utani kumbuka. Drum roll. Fungua sanduku namba 2. Kuna nini? Na nimekuja tu kama ameipokea yeye mwenyewe. Ndio hiyo juice. Sometimes sikiza watu. 4 ambayo yeye alikuwa anakuambia uchukue, ungepata 50,000 shillings. Ungechukua sanduku namba 5, ungetoka hapa na TV 43 inch. Ndio ile nakuangalia tu pale. Wangware nifanye nini? Nataka nirudi na hizi mizigo. Kwenye na safari. Naenda kumbariki mtu, lakini lazima tuangushe. Hii nimekuangushia.
Asante.
Safi? Unangoja nini? Msimu huu wa Krismasi kwenye *570# kuna zawadi kem na pesa kibao. Ho ho ho! Wako pia ikiwa the grand prize ni Jijenge na Moti. Tunakupatia gari ya gharama yako, comfort check, class check, mafuta kidogo, iwashe iwake. License pia na driving school zimegharamiwa. Mbuzi pia ziko kibao. Kila 100 bob unaocheza nao kwenye Lucky Game inakupa 1 entry point ya kujishindia one of these motis. The more you play, the more you increase your chances za kujishindia. Increase zawadi zisikupite. Jijenge na Moti na *570# and la 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 la.
Lucky Game imedhaminiwa na eBet Kenya Limited.
Fresh. Nivea Fresh Deo. Now with new InfiniFresh technology. Antibacterial power with 48-hour protection and long-lasting freshness. Nivea Fresh Deo. Feel fresh in every moment.
1xBet presents
The new 1000% hyper bonus. Take part in. Place your accumulators with 1xBet and boost your winnings by up to 1000%. Hyper bonus, better than bonus.
Lucky Game imedhaminiwa na eBet Kenya Limited.
Merry festive season. Mchezaji na mtazamaji wa Loto Moto tunakudhamini, na ndio maana kila wiki kwenye Loto Moto Show tunamtuza top player of the week na 10,000 Kenyan shillings taslim mahali popote ulipo. Kumbuka kucheza Lucky Game ni *570#. Every 100 shillings unatumia unapata fursa ya kujishindia one of these two moti. Dijenge na moti. Iwashe iwake. Every 100 shillings inakupa entry moja. The more you play, the more you increase chances zako za kujishindia. Msimu huu ni msimu wa kujishindia na moti. Cheza Lucky Game. Namna ya kucheza Loto Moto sasa imerahisishwa. Dial *570#. Unangoja nini? *570#. Na wangu wale mnalazimisha kubeba mazito. Ni aje watu wangu?
Poa.
Mimi niko safari naelekea kwenda kusaidia mtu. Lakini on my way lazima niachie watu vitu. Okay? Mliona watu wakataa kuchukua TV, si ndio? Nimeleta kwa street. Sasa niko hapa na 50,000 shillings. Sawa? Niko na TV. Niko na kuka, Fobana kuka. Niko na slippers. Na hapa pia niko na blender. Na zote nimezingiza hapa ndani, okay? 5 boxes nimeweka kitu. 2 boxes hewa. Sawa? Lakini nataka mtu mmoja apike kwa sanduku. Uko sawa? Uko ready? Simama big man. Niko na 50 G's, niko na TV, niko na kuka ya Fobana, na nimekuja hapa kuna watu hawataki kuchukua. Niko na slippers. Nataka unichagulie sanduku moja kati ya hizo 7. Unataka sanduku gani? Namba 5. Shikilia hapo. Kwa sure?
Siko sure, but imeniambia tu hiyo.
Je, nikikwambia wachana sanduku namba 5? Chukua shilingi 1000 uende zako. Shika kwanza. Sijui nini kwa sanduku namba 5. Wenda ikawa Solo. Wenda ikawa ni double. Wacha solo yako.
Namba 5.
Solo mgumu. Solo. Chukua 2,000 shillings achana sanduku namba 5. Enda. Ni yake hiyo, enda. Mimi niende ama nisimame hapo?
Simame.
Hii Christmas Solo utatoa shilingi 2,000 wapi? Ndio inakupatia bure. Je, na pia uko huru unaweza geuza kama unaona 5.
Unaweza geuza namba.
Unaweza geuza namba.
Tageuza.
Haya, Solo harakisha. Charity inaningoja hapa mbele hapa.
Namba 4.
Namba 4. Solo umeweka namba 5 ukachukua namba 4. Niongeze shilingi ngapi? Urudi kwa namba 5.
Ongeza 3,000.
5,000? Zaidi ya 5,000 ndio hii. Lakini siongezi hata shilingi 1. Solo. Uko sure na namba 4?
Acha nichukue 5.
Unarudi kwa 5? Tena umeacha 4. Solo in 3. Unachukua 5. Unachukua shilingi zangu 2,000 ama unageuza?
Chukua 5.
Namba 5. Solo in 2. Unachukua namba 5, unachukua shilingi zangu 2000.
Namba 5.
Wewe umemtu. Nipe shilingi zangu 2000. Zenye umekataa. Watu utapata hapo ndani ndio unaenda naye. Fungua sanduku namba 5. Soma mbele ya umati. Soma tu, waoneshe.
Blender.
Ana bahati ama ana bahati huyu mtu? Wacha niwaoneshe. Ungechukua sanduku namba 1, unafikiri ungepata nini? Ungetoka bure. Ungechukua sanduku namba 2, ungepata 43 inch TV ambayo ndio umeshikilia hapo. 3, 4 bana kuka. 6, ungepata 50,000 Kenyan shillings. Hapa. 7, ungepata vislippers visupu sana. Kawangware wakia ni wibu bwana, wapi ana makofi yake bwana. So I left Kawangware with my TV, with my 4 burner cooker. I left with my 50 Gs. And bado ziko. I want to believe kwamba next time I'm in your street, zinaenda. So we left Kawangware straight to the show. We gave Joan and the husband an opportunity to be part of the show. And all went good. Except that the husband alitoka na socks, lakini we were still there and committed kuwasaidia. Now 4 days before hii story yote, right after sisi kupokea story ya Joan, we went paid a visit na tukaona the conditions zenye Joan the husband wako. After scouting properly, we managed kupata a good pet sitter and we had to furnish it. So day 1, we managed kupata vitu kadha. We went window shopping. You see, most of this kind of families, unapata hata ukimtoa umweke mahali pakubwa sana utakuwa ni kama unamuumiza. So we had to go and secure a space that hata wakifungua biashara haitakuwa kitu yenye pia itakuja kuwa strain sana. So day 3, we had to go get the furniture. Joan and John wako na watoto wawili, and clearly you could see kwa the previous house hakukuwa na privacy, so we had to like separate them. If you know what I mean. The reason why John alikuwa anataka 3,000 shillings is so that aweze kanunua nguo kidogo akiingia Gikomba aweze kuhawk, and she believed that akipata 3,000 shillings she could make at least an extra 3,000 shillings after maybe 2-3 days, then ongeze ingine. But we felt like she could do better, and that's the reason why we decided to do this.
Nilisema ukipata shilingi 3,000 unaweza ukafungua mahali ama unaweza ukanunua nguo kadhaa uuze.
Yeah.
Sisi tutakufanya. Tumekuwa na siku karibu kama 4. Nitafuta mahali penye mnaweza mkakaa, niweze kuwa comfortable na nyinyi. Sio mahali itawashinda sana. Mahali mnaweza mkaanza nao pole pole. Ndio maana tukakuja mahali hapa. So John, yes. Na Joan, kuna mahali sisi tumedecide kuita Jojo Toto we. Sawa. Na hiyo mahali ni kaduka kadogo kenye tunajua na tunaamini kwamba mnaweza mkaanza naye. Joan, uko na duka.
People kutoka kule rural area, we leave mashambani tukuja Nairobi expecting to have greener pastures. This is a perfect example of families ambazo ziko out there and going through a lot. People really struggling hata ku make ends meet.
You have a full bail ambao utaanza nao biashara. Na Lotomoto itakushikilia mkono, tutazidi kuwa na wewe. Hii mahali imeshalipiwa. Kazi ifanyike.
God was on our side, because when we went for the bail, over 90% what we managed kupata ndani ya hizo nguo, she could actually sell them easily na zaidi ya 300 shillings. Over 300 clothes. So she can actually make up to 90,000, a minimum of 60,000 shillings from one bail. Shida ziko, lakini kupitia Lotomoto na wachezaji wa Lotomoto lazima itatuliwe. Naomba niwapatie kifungu. John, utakubali kifungu ya nyumba hii? Utakubali kifungu. John, yes. Nyumba hii ni yenu. So tunaiacha na baraka yenu nyinyi wawili. Sawa.
Nashukuru sana. Wenye waamini Lotomoto ni ukweli. Ile baraka nimeona leo, mimi nashukuru tu. Mungu awabariki. Asante.
Mimi yangu ni kushukuru Lotomoto kwa yale wametufanyia. Mungu awabariki timu yote ya Lotomoto na muendelee na kutenda wema yenye mnaendelea kutenda. Nashukuru sana. Sikuwa nafikiri kama naweza fika mahali nimefika, lakini Lotomoto ikuna mahali imeniinua mpaka nimeona mwangaza leo. Asante sana Lotomoto. Shukrani.
Thank you very much watazamaji na wachezaji wa Lotomoto. Ikiwa sasa John na Joan wamepata nyumba ambayo tumeilipia for 6 months mfululizo, na pia duka ambayo itawasustain ikiwa tumeilipia for a whole 1 year. Yote inafanyika kwa sababu yako. Bahati bado ziko na bado tutazidi kuitikia wito wenu. And that was story of Joanna and John. Tumuadab Jojo. The bus will always be there kuzungusha gurudumu kwa street yako. And remember, the next time I'm going to another charity event, I'll be carrying goodies. See you next week. Asili kucheza Lotomoto.
Si Christmas ndio hii. Wengi wanaangazia Lotomoto. Yetu ni charity mashinani. Jumuika nasi msimu huu wa Krismasi kuwahimarisha na kuwafurahisha wasiojiweza. Tuwape lisho, tuwape makazi, tuwape tabasamu kupitia *570#. Zawadi za Kristi ni kem zinashinaniwa, ikiwa the grand prize ni jijenge na moti. Jipe gari ya gharama yako, mafuta ya gharama yako na suluhisho ya hustle yako. 25% ya mchezo huu inatengewa charity. Jijenge na moti, iwashe, iwake!
Lucky Game imedhaminiwa na eBet Kenya Limited.
Namna ya kucheza Lotomoto sasa imerahisishwa. Dial *570#. Unangoja nini? *570#.
Lucky Game imedhaminiwa na eBet Kenya Limited.
Lavender, manukato ya kutuliza iliyoundwa kwa mafuta halisi kutokana na umahiri wa lavender. Downy Lavender Concentrate mpya hunipa utulivu na ujasiri siku nzima. Jaribu sasa kwa shilingi 20 tu.
Morning! Your alarm clock woke everyone in the neighborhood and you didn't hear it? I'm up already!
A heart as bright as day.
This is the 6th pitch that started with the definition of tranquila. I know what it means. I named it myself.
And a heart as dark as the night.
Ow! Oh my! Wait up! Is there still room? You pervert!
This is the story of their hate at first sight. Secrets of El Paraíso.
NTV. turning on your world.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Eric Masisi, for having us talk to you. How's your day been?
Oh, my day's been busy, as you might have seen, but enjoyable. I enjoy what I do.
It's interesting. Tell me a little bit. I'm interested in the Botswana kind of democracy, and I've had a little taste of it. Seeing you with your ministers explain yourself to the public. I've seen the public asking questions, and you take your time. You know, I timed almost, I think it was 2 hours or so. You just speaking for Tell me just briefly about this version of democracy and how that looks like for you.
Well, what you saw is really an example of what we've been and who we are. We as a people have always cherished the Khotla institution, which is where we were today. There are rules that govern it. And in the Khotla, one of the first rules is you submit yourself to the people before you. So the minute you enter there, whatever rank you hold, you become the servant and you're accountable. And so in this dialogue that is unparalleled in its commitment to equality and opportunity for those who are there to put their case across in the public interest. Sure, there are a few who have veered off and talked about their personal things, but it's in the nature of human beings. But that is a setting that is the foundation of our multi-party democratic system. And one of the foundational rules and principles of the Khotla is, if I were to put it in the native language, it goes by Mafokwa Khotla Mantli Otle, literally translated, meaning all words spoken at the Khotla are acceptable. And so in this context, we modernized and formed political parties to contest elections. We adopted a constitution that prescribed that a term of government would be 5 years. And we cherished a multi-party democracy consistent with how we display our discussions in a Khotla. And this has been since 1965 when we had the first elections. Botswana cherish freedom. They embody it. They live it. Because everybody is to be provided with space, a voice, and room. And so as we carry out our duty as an elected government, we often go to a setting such as a Khotla to account to our people. And they in turn hold us accountable, but we also inform, because we hold the responsibility of governing. We hold the budget, we use the budget, we deliver on the promises that we made. And yes, there were times, even in today's meeting, when I made admissions of where we had fallen short and what we did not achieve, quite openly, and stated what I was going to do about it in the time left. And then in the end, I came back after the vote of thanks to tell them what they should expect between now and the time we go to the elections.
Right.
And after that, it's all in their hands.
Now that we've gotten there, there's a lot that you can take stock in for 5 years since you got into office. You came up with a plan, you showed up with zeal, and you sort of reinvigorated government to achieve certain things within certain timelines. What can you say the last 5 years have been in terms of achievement and the things that you say, these have fallen short?
We came up with a plan because our plan was premised on the manifesto on which we were elected. But lo and behold, we were in for a shock, as the whole world was, because we were elected in 2019. 2020, nobody knew there would be anything like COVID. And that completely disrupted our plans. And that's how we came up with a second plan, which is really a refinement of strategies to achieve the very manifesto that we had. So we didn't alter the manifesto, we adjusted to it. And we put in the reset agenda and reclaim agenda. And that was really riveting from a position where we were getting zero income at one point, when the economy was completely stifled, to a time where we accelerated faster than we ever had to rebuild back better. And we're still recovering. So we have underachieved in terms of what we pledged to do because of the 2.5 years taken away from us by COVID. But I'm proud, really proud, that in the time we started recovering, we recovered hard, fast, and laser focused.
To give that maybe a bit of history and context, for those who are looking at Botswana from outside, seeing it come from a very poor country that had been graded, like I think had maybe $70 US dollar per year or something, you know,
GDP.
per capita, to what it is now, where it's one of the richest countries, one of the one that, you know, Africa looks for, is to look at roads, look at hospitals, free education, you know, free healthcare. If you were to tell people exactly what is the story of Botswana, how has Botswana been able to achieve this remarkable growth, not just in your time, but through the successful administration? What is it that you've done correctly and rightly?
Well, put bluntly, it's really a story of rags to near riches. I wouldn't classify ourselves as rich, but we certainly have done much better than we could otherwise have. A lot of it is attributable to stability, good governance, and an undying and unwielding commitment to a democratic dispensation. Because therein lies the opportunity for those who criticize what you do to voice it out, not just in voice, but in the voice of the vote. And any sensible leader will take cue from the pattern of the vote. And in this consistent, constant iteration with the public all over the country, you get a sense of the pulse of the population. And sure, so in formulating our policies consistent with who we are, we put in very strong institutions of government, very strong institutions of the legislature, a clear separation of roles and powers. We put in strong systems of an elective process. We put in strong legislative instruments to prevent, as best we could, the onset of corruption and therefore the promotion of serving and promoting the public good. And among the most remarkable piece of legislation we have was when we developed our mineral legislation, which essentially took away private rights of any mineral deposit or any natural wealth from individuals or state private entities to the public. So that government owned. And that was a massive equalizer. Then we put in policies that unified us. For instance, as a citizen of Botswana, you are entitled to settle any part of the country where you apply for a piece of land. We developed a system as we gathered many more resources than we had before, financial that is, to educate our people. And over time, we then provided for education at no cost to the individual. And we expanded this education. We expanded our road network. We invested, transformed the capital we raised from our natural resources, primarily diamonds, into infrastructural investment, into human capital investment. And yes, we're quite acutely aware that natural resources, such as diamonds, are not sustainable. They're finite. And over time, and the last of which was, fortunately in my time, when we took a very bold stance to tackle our partner in the reconfiguration of our relationship, when we had a negotiation with De Beers. And I'm very proud of what we came out with, because we tackled some of the most pressing challenges in that relationship. And Botswana came out better.
I want to go back to the question of minerals before we go back to democracy. And you not only, if you leave diamonds alone of it, you still have other these sort of, they've been granted critical minerals, you know, talking about copper, cobalt, nickel. And there's a whole question around the governance of these sort of new minerals now that are critical minerals that are essentially used for these sort of new electric batteries. What's your thought on how these sort of minerals just don't leave your country and they become this sort of new way on how to propel, you know, sort of like a value chain that can keep the jobs here, industries here? What are your thoughts and how are you managing these sort of new minerals?
You know, we continuously reflect on our policies and our programs and our legislation. You know, as recently as 2022, we promulgated a new minerals policy, and right now we are reviewing the Minerals Act, which defines for us how minerals are, how mines are developed, who mines, what they get charged, what minerals leave the country in what form, and the levies and the taxes and royalties, etc. And in this review, we are informed by our commitment as a government, which is a refreshed approach to our development. We are committed to transforming our country from being heavily reliant on natural resources to increasingly and as quickly as possible to be reliant on intellectual capital.
That's what you're transforming into.
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
And in so doing, you've got to take your resources along the trajectory of your thinking. And so increasingly, we are demanding and causing to be a beneficiation of those minerals to the extent that our economy and industry can afford, and the extent to which we can bend our partners, our investors, to so do. And that was at the heart of the renegotiation with De Beers. And we succeeded because we resulted in more of our diamonds being the proportion that the government gets allocated, increasing up to a whooping 50%. Never has that been done. 2, we succeeded in causing our partner, who would eventually have the other 50% that they mine, to beneficiate at least $1.25 billion of the value of those diamonds locally. What does this mean? It means industry set up. It means there are going to be more diamond cutting and polishing factories, more jewelry manufacturers. And if you look at the difference in incomes, just of diamonds, I'll give you a global perspective and you'll get a sense of the impact this will have. Botswana is the second largest producer of diamonds globally by volume. Botswana is the top producer, #1 producer of diamonds in the world by value. The business size of all, global business size of all rough diamonds, unpolished, non-beneficiated diamonds, is $15 billion per annum. The business size of the very same quantum per annum of diamonds globally, once beneficiated, jumps to $100 billion per annum. 85 billion difference due to beneficiation. And that's why we want more beneficiation here. We want more of the volume kept here. More of the volume of Botswana diamonds means the majority of the value of diamonds here, because we have the most precious. Now, to beneficiate, you need technology, you need intellect, you need skills. So the incomes that those artisans, those professionals earn is invariably higher than those who manage the rough diamonds alone. That's logic, isn't it?
It is.
And that's how we are repositioning ourselves. And we want to do this for every mineral that we get, including the critical rare minerals that we use for the benefit of manufacturing electric mobility batteries, including the harnessing of our sun rays to produce solar energy, and the research and development that goes with this. And that's why we're pumping money. And I did announce today at the meeting that next budget, we're going to pump more money into R&D, into innovation, into agriculture that also wants to be adjusted to increasingly be knowledge-based. And that's why we're getting into artificial insemination, embryo development, into flushing of eggs from female cows, cloning, zygote splitting, and trading in those derivatives more than just the tasty beef that we have. The best in the world.
Which is the best in the world. I was going to get into that. And you've put massive beef industry, very consistent with markets across the world. I am aware that everywhere you go into the meetings, you donate bulls.
Yes. Not just bulls. Good quality bulls.
Good quality bulls. I beg your pardon, Mr. President.
Thank you.
You donate good quality bulls. The question for me is this: who owns the beef, that beef industry today? And would someone say your actions of donating this good quality beef is trying to reposition the market, take the business and bring it closer to the people? Is that what's happening here?
Yes, well, it's premised really on our national long-term vision ideals, among which would be to reduce the differences between high-income earners and low-income earners. So a majority of almost all the farmers that we donate these to, who are identified by the Ministry of Agriculture Extension staff, are not so resource endowed, but they are zealous, committed, and focused on growing their herds and the quality of their herds. So they look after them. So they earn them. It's not from government. I started this donation exercise from bulls that I produce myself. I'm a farmer, a very proud farmer. I produce food. Then I asked my cabinet ministers to also donate, and those in the private sector to donate. And there's been an overwhelmingly gratifying response. So I'm trying to promote the expansion of the value of quality bulls and make these farmers enterprise with their living cattle and store them in these cans, which can last up to 40 years. And you know, one ejaculation from a goat bull could result in like 300 plus straws at 100 pula each. That's not bad. And assuming you can tap a bull every week or even twice a week, quite a lot you can get. The very farmers that I give to are the private sector. They're private enterprising farmers, and I'm trying to grow them. They could form themselves into cooperatives, communes, or even private companies to do that. The most important thing is I keep increasing the value proposition of our beef sector across the nation state. So in Botswana, we know how to look after our cattle. We know. It's like, you know, knowing that when you wake up, you freshen up and go to work. It's
second nature.
Second nature.
Yeah.
We know that our beef, for it to sell to the best markets, we need to harness and husband our cattle in particular ways. They're grass-fed. So we're strict about keeping hormones out. It's a second nature. We know how to slaughter our animals and bleed them. We know how to make a determination on the timing, on readying and readiness of the animal to slaughter. It's a second nature. When this goes on, the value is spread out and people earn a living. We're doing the same with small stock, by the way. Goats and sheep. And so if you hung around long enough and you tasted the quality of our chevron, of our lamb, boy, you might leave with a fewer fingers than you came.
Mr. President, your country, you're the president of a country that has more livestock, more herd than, human beings. Do you think there is going to be a question at some point asked about just your population, and is it growing enough, considerably enough, to meet the challenge that you present, where you need the workers, you need the people, this economy needs to run? Are you not stagnating in terms of your population economy?
No, we're not stagnating in terms of the opportunities that is presented to the people and the quality of the opportunity presented to the people when they remain as they are, or they grow at the rate they are. If we grow too fast, the burden of care placed on those who can produce is increased and the quality of life declines. That's one. Two, yes, we do have more cattle or livestock than there are people, but we certainly don't have the greatest variance. If you get to other countries, such as yours, if you went to Chad, if you went to Ethiopia, even Tanzania, they have a lot of cattle. And we're not even trying to compete with by the numbers of cattle. We're not interested. We don't have the capacity. The rangeland we have would not carry the numbers that those countries can. What's most prominent for us is the quality. The quality earns a price. Look at the price we get for our cattle relative to others. And that's what should matter. Sell few, high value. So these cattle and goats and sheep are our little diamonds that we can reproduce.
So fresh, fresh, fresh.
Always fresh. Nivea Fresh Deo. Now with new InfiniFresh technology. Antibacterial power with 48-hour protection and long-lasting freshness. Nivea Fresh Deo. Feel fresh in every moment.
Hii Krisi, GoTV Stream iko mkononi. Mechi yako na sports action yote. Na watoije hata wao hawajawachwa nyuma. Wacha enjoyment izidi. Hii holiday na GoTV. GoTV Stream. Available from 1st December for all active customers.
At Stanbic Kenya, we believe in your financial potential, and we are here to help you reach new heights. Enjoy an attractive interest rate of up to 14% per annum on your savings. Make the most of this exclusive offer today and let your money thrive. For more details, call us today or visit a branch near you. Stanbic Bank.
Aya, I'm not GoTV Stream. It's free.
Hii Krisi, GoTV Stream iko mkononi na ni free. Download GoTV Stream app for free. Enjoy live TV na shows kamia nane. Download and watch later, anytime, anywhere. GoTV Stream iko mkononi na ni free. Available to active subscribers from 1st December. GoTV, love it.
Health challenge here. You're among the top 4 countries that has the highest HIV prevalence in the world. How do you curtail that and stop that from becoming, a catastrophe? What are you doing to stem this?
First is to admit the problem, detect, analyze the problem, which we have. We know the numbers. We know who is HIV positive and who is not, and they know themselves on the main after a long, protracted assault on HIV. And their enrollment and bringing on board of a variety of partners who brought some of the most exquisite skills and talent to this assault. And with what we've been able to do with science and biomedical technologies is to result in a very high achievement of enrollment of ARV antiretroviral therapy.
How many people are on that program today?
We have approximately 340,000 people in Botswana who are known to be positive, and approximately 337,000 who are on ART therapy. And that's why we hit the silver tier of the prevention of mother-child transmission of 95-95 target of UNAIDS. And right now we're at 95, 98, 98, and we're aiming for the gold. And that brings about a possibility of possibly reversing this, because so far we've succeeded through biomedical intervention and other therapies to stop the transmission of mother to child. So an HIV positive mother with a HIV positive father can yield a successfully negative HIV child. So sad as it is that, you know, we have this unenviable record, we are proud of the assault we have on it. It's taking a toll on the budget. We spend approximately 700 million pula per year on this, but it's well worth spending it, particularly on such a small population in relative terms.
Mm-hmm.
And so I remain an optimistic president. We will kill HIV.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the next social challenge, which is violence against women and children. Going by your own numbers, still, you know, you're struggling with this. It's again a human behavior problem and a question that must be addressed. How do you stem that?
We have adopted a multi-pronged approach. Legislation, social mobilization, and interventions to mitigate. And we intend to heighten these, enhance them. Like you say, it's a human behavior challenge. And so we assault those that are proxies to the motivation of human beings in the way they behave. But a lot of it is to do with perceived and then realized or acted out perceptions of roles of gender. Mm. If you raise your boy child to believe that it is his right to order a relationship he has with a girl, assuming that's a kind of relationship that exists, and he also is raised to understand that it is the role and place of the girl child to submit. Look how long it takes to raise your child to believe those. From infancy, through childhood, adolescence, young adult, to adult. And then you see a manifestation of behaviors that are detrimental. And you're trying to assault them there. It takes quite a time to undo things learned from a young age. It also is an attempt to re-educate those who raise those children. So it's complex. It needs energy, time, patience, and dynamism. We are prepared to deal with it because we are firmly of the belief that no problem is insurmountable.
Mr. President, earlier this year you ratified the FCFTA agreement, but you dilly-dallied quite a bit. What was the issue?
We did not dilly-dally. Let me correct your vocabulary. We did not dilly-dally.
What happened?
We are cautious. Okay. We are a people of due diligence. We don't make promises that we cannot deliver on. and look at the size of our economy and what we can really offer and what gets offered to us. So we were careful in thoroughly analyzing that which we can offer and that which we could take. And, you know, just last year we had a national conference to mobilize our private sector to take this up, as the protocol allows for that in a number of African countries. We've taken this up with zeal. I mean, look at our productive capacity. It's quite narrow. We've essentially been a consumer country. We've been a mining country and selling to the world. But what can we offer? Look at our skill base. Look at the volumes that we manage. And so we have to be very careful in making sure that we can drive capacity and we can generally trade. We've fully ratified and we're committed to participate. And that's why one of the offers that we want to make is for people to come and harvest, harness, procure some of the best genetic material of livestock.
So this is your first offering to the continent?
Not necessarily the first. It's one of our offerings that we're very proud of. But we're also, you know, willing to offer services. And look at our track record in terms of managing our natural resources. Those are the soft skills. That's human talent. Our legal drafters are judicious. They're excellent. They've got a track record. We could trade in that. Our governance systems, you know, even the way in which we negotiate, I think we have quite a few things to offer. And in the industrial space, we're growing that. And certainly, we'd be more than willing to offer those. But as we grow our intellectual capital, that too we want to trade in. For instance, we have developed a breed called the Musi, adaptable to harsh conditions like ours. We're willing to trade in that. We have developed vaccines, quite sturdy vaccines, right here. We're willing to offer that. We have developed systems that we employ that have worked exceptionally well in terms of managing our debt, which is a skill, I guess, that some might benefit from.
Right.
We have also developed a skill in terms of taxing and managing our tax revenue, those who trade not just in services but also goods. If they are takers, we'd be willing. We continue to grow the economy. And so when we develop our e-mobility, we haven't unleashed yet or launched our electric boat. We've developed one, homegrown. And right now we're working very hard to develop an e-vehicle that's homegrown in the main or assembled here for the conditions that we find at a cost that's competitive. We're on the journey to that. We have worked very hard to develop our solar technology with our partners. We have developed a solar street light that could also be used to transmit communication. And so when that is also ready, we'd evacuate those. There are a number of things that we can trade in.
I must ask you this, Mr. President, as someone who's cautious, using your word, judicious, and spend time to read and understand. On this question of trade particularly, the continent and each country has sort of taken its time. It's a good wish, but it hasn't actually taken off as it should. What would you say is the key thing that must be unlocked so that you start trading with other African countries and the entire continent start trading with the entire continent? Because everyone knows that's what we must do.
For one, look at the payment systems. You know, colonialism and imperialism were a very successful assault on us. But even after that, when we gained independence, a lot of it was to develop continued dependence and relations with our former colonial masters. And I think for a long time, we didn't take enough queue of this to develop intra-Africa trade. And so the RECs, as you look at them, are really trying to do that. The AU is really trying to do that. AFCTA itself is really trying to do that. Look at our infrastructure. Why is it so underdeveloped? Why, when you fly from Southern Africa, is it easier to get to West Africa by going through Europe? These are legacy matters, but they also cost a lot of money. Look at the cost of debt, the cost of borrowing. Why are we in Africa paying 3-4 times as much as a borrower in Europe borrowing in Europe? So the switch, the trading platforms, the infrastructure, the connectivity, even digital and air needs to improve. And that's what we're working on through the African that we want Agenda 2063. In Botswana, there's a constitutional provision that limits the extent of debt we have. I leave it to you as a journalist to check out other countries. It's not for me to comment on others. But that's one thing that has served us well. And so we've kept our debt levels really low. We have slowed down our development. However badly we needed a road or a hospital or a school, just so that we would not fall into a debt trap. I'm frugal and quite firm in my beliefs. I never would do that. And I would not mind losing an election because of that. It would be a worthy loss. I'm not going to be reckless. It's a choice. Anybody can stand up and promise the world everything, but nobody can deliver on everything.
What do you think about visa-free for the entire continent?
I think it should be gradually introduced. You know, if it happened right now, you know, I think there would be, there may be a surge in some places. And when a surge occurs, when you're not prepared for it, it undermines the resources that you have there. And the quality of life goes down and it doesn't become as stable as you would have thought. And so migration has got to be managed, always. And so one of the challenges and the things that I hope we'd focus on is making sure that we uplift the quality of life of people everywhere in Africa.
Are you unsettled by criticism your former president on your leadership?
Not at all. He doesn't unsettle me, not at all. He's a critic like anybody else. He's a citizen who's entitled to it. And we respond because we remain focused on what he said we'd do. We're not serving to please anybody else, but the voters that we asked vote for us.
Does it not sit well if a former president is saying he cannot come to the country because he fears to be politically persecuted, for instance?
Only if it were true. It remains patently false. There is no such threat. It's a figment of his imagination.
Can he come back to this country
He
tomorrow?
can come anytime. He's got a passport. He's got a diplomatic passport. He earns all his entitlements. He elected to leave the country. And when he left, he first said he was visiting. And when people were worried about him from where he comes, he said, no, I'm free, I'm happy, and quite well. It's only later, I suspect, after an afterthought to explain extended stay, to suggest there was a threat on his life. There is no iota of evidence, even in our track record. Find it. If you do, I'll give you a cow.
I'd like to find this cow. But Mr. President, you guys were friends, right? As from someone watching from outside, worked together. What is the genesis of the collapse of your friendship? Is it you? Is it him?
I don't think it's so much a collapse of the friendship. It's a collapse of the ideas that one has. His ideas and my ideas now don't match. I've made this publicly clear. In my belief and knowledge, I did not yield to his want of me making his brother my vice president. And I tell you why. It would have been a very dangerous proposition. I never would have done that. But then you really need to get back to him. What's the fuss? I served him. I was his biggest defender because you're committed to a code of conduct. And part of it for me was to make sure that the party does not lose power. But I bet you, it's my firm belief, and that of majority in my party, that if we had continued with those same policies, some of them, we wouldn't have succeeded in 2019.
Mr. President, have you managed to keep corruption out of bay completely, totally?
Nobody can ever say they've kept corruption at bay completely, because you make every attempt. The corrupter and the colluder to corruptors are very creative. And you put in systems, you put in legislation, you put in processes, you put in institutions to fight that. And you do the best you can. And it's never a fight of one person. It must be a value proposition. So those who are bribed, or there's an attempt to bribe them, one of the first fights is for them to reject that bribe and report it. And the legislation should be in place and the system should be in place to have a fair trial and sentencing. That sends a signal. But yes, if you look at the Transparency International ratings, we do remain relatively low in our corruption index. But it's a fight that doesn't end.
Okay, Mr. President, the 5th edition of Kusi Ideas Festival is being held in Botswana.
For the first time.
For the first time. What would you tell the delegates to expect, and what must they see for sure before they leave here?
You know, I so look forward to this Kusi Festival coming in December in my country. I think they should look forward to an exciting engagement, a reverberating debate about ideas and by Africans, about Africans, for Africans. I think they must look forward to seeing and learning about my country and who we are. This may be the first biggest exposition to the rest of Africa through a wonderful media group, the Nation, media group, that has wide reach. So they understand what makes this country tick. Why are we so convinced about our value proposition? And what is it? Why do we remain committed to a democratic dispensation like we are? Because this festival is going to occur on the eve of a general election, which will take place October next year. And so the vibrancy of how we articulate our ideas should be exposed to all these people, including, hopefully, you'll bring in some of my political friends across the aisle to participate in this, which is what we encourage. It's an exchange of ideas. It should also expose to the world that in Botswana, in Africa, people can have differences and be civil. People can exchange in a free market and thrive with our rules. It'll expose the world of Africa to the magnificence of our diamonds. And I hope we have opportunity to discuss diamonds. And I will take some of you, if you so will, or the Nation Media Group, to a place where we have the world's biggest diamond sorting center. And yes, for the privileged few, I will have you run your fingers through a mountain of diamonds.
Who would want to miss that?
Feel it. For those who want to get out of town, they can go to some of our most iconic tourism destinations. Pristine. So pristine, you would think creation was from here. And that's the Okavango Delta, the jewel of the Kalahari, where a whooping 11.3 billion cubic liters of the freshest water gallops down from the highlands of Angola and disperses in a delta, wetting the Kalahari sands. And the species that come from there, amazing.
Wow.
And you could be alone, surrounded by nothing but nature. The sounds, the smells of nature. Everything wild, and you can be as wild as you want. You'll be free. But beneath it, those sands, not far from the delta, is the world's richest diamond mine by value. And next to one of our oldest mines, the biggest diamond mine, allegedly, by the latest research by paleontologists, is a rival to Alduvai Gorge, because that is where the origins of man are now alleged to be from. And so welcome to the origin of humanity in my country.
Thank you, Mr. President. What keeps you awake at night?
Unemployment, particularly of the youth. I twist and turn, and I try and find solutions. I pray about it, but it bothers me.
I've really enjoyed our time.
Mother, tell me the truth. Did you really patch things up with Mrs. Irene?
Yes, darling. Because now I understand that the love that you feel for each other is very strong. I promise you that I'm not going to oppose it anymore.
How should I know what that is?
Don't pretend. Morales brought this to you earlier. You are running DNA tests on someone to see if you have a child.
I don't want your brother rubbing the fact that you have no interest right into my face. All right then. I'll do whatever you wish. You better do what I wished. Not just because of that. It's your obligation. Abdul and that woman are getting married. I came from there and she told me. Head over heels.
How do you keep your toilets clean? I use normal detergent and bleach for washing. The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust, and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
Welcome to the Nation Shopping Festival, the biggest soccer sale in town, featuring 500 vendors ready to bring you the best deals and products. Discover everything you need under one roof, including a dedicated kids playing area and a tempting food court with mouth-watering delicacies. Visit www.nationshoppingfestival.com for more information and join us at the University of Nairobi grounds from 4th to 9th December. Make this holiday season extra special with the Nation Shopping Festival.
Morning! Your alarm clock woke everyone in the neighborhood and you didn't hear it? I'm up already!
A heart as bright as day.
This is the sixth pitch that started with the definition of tranquila. I know what it means. I named it myself.
And a heart as dark as the night.
Ow! Oh my! Wait up! Is there still room? You pervert!
This is the story of their hate at first sight. Secrets of El Paraíso.
Enter a world where knowledge is put into practice and the heart of African agriculture beats loudly and energetically.
Welcome to Kikau.
A revolutionary talk show that is changing how people think and look at agriculture in Africa.
this is the particular variety that is suitable.
We will seek to demystify GMOs.
Kikao is a platform where African agriculture takes center stage.
Seeds, just which is which.
From seasoned farmers to thought leaders, they direct us toward a future in which livelihoods thrive and nations prosper.
It became possible to move genes from unrelated organisms.
Kikao, every Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. only on NTV.
51-seater bus ferrying a Catholic church choir from Mwingi to Nu plunged into this river, killing 32 people.
But we're in agreement, we don't have 2 years to wait. We're not going to lose any more lives in here.
It will be a memorial and Zoo Memorial Bridge.
Miaka miwili baadaye, daraja lililoahidiwa na serikali bado halijakamilika.
It is a joke on the side of the government.
Tuko na shida kwa hii mto Enziu. Kwenda sokoni ni shida.
Kwani hii bridge haina wasimamizi ambao wanaweza wakatilia mkazo.
Kama watu wamekufa zaidi ya 30, unangoja wengine wagapi wakufa?
In my hands, niko na power. Power ya kuscroll new worlds into life. Nikilive 60 lifetimes every hour na mavida za 60 seconds. Ukiuliza what I'm doing on my phone, nitakushow possibilities in their billions. Siko hooked to my phone, niko hooked to vile raia imepiga luku. Niko hooked to securing the bag from my sweat. Niko hooked to the coolest music hooks. Unachiki my smartphone, hii ni Digiverse, a multiverse. Hapa ndipo mi create. With every tap, na tap into a new world. Kila space inani reel in na baki na stories. So, usiulize what I'm hooked to. Ask what I can hook you up with. Hapa ndipo form inaanza. Wanna make the right connection? This is the place to be. Tap into vision yako. Welcome to a platform that empowers you to make the right moves. Come over. Get hooked to Safaricom Hook.
Kote nchini matumaini, tujitahidi, tujivunie, tuendelee.
Kenya, twende mbele. NCBA, go for it.
God called the Holy Trinity and he told them that we are going to create man in our own image. Sorry. Hey, sorry, baby. Hello? Hata kukula pato wachaanza kukula. Pata.
There he is. And he's eating roskoko.
With rice.
New beginnings bring people closer together. The delicious taste of Amana is now in an exciting new pack. Amana by Unga Limited.
In my hands, niko na power. Power ya kuscroll new worlds into life. Nikilive 60 lifetimes every hour na mavida za 60 seconds. Ukiuliza what I'm doing on my phone, nitakushow possibilities in their billions. Siko hooked to my phone, niko hooked to vile raia imepiga luku. Niko hooked to securing the bag from my sweat. Niko hooked to the coolest music hooks. Unachiki my smartphone. Hii ni Digiverse, a multiverse. Hapa ndipo you create. With every tap, na tap into a new world. Kila space inani reel in na baki na stories. So, usiulize what I'm hooked to. Ask what I can hook you up with. Hapa ndipo form inaanza. Wanna make the right connection? This is the place to be. Tap into vision yako. Welcome to a platform that empowers you to make the right moves. Come over. Get hooked to Safaricom Hook.
This is NTV.
Hello there, I'm Smriti Vidyarthi, stepping in for my colleague Zainab Ismail. Thanks so much for joining us on this broadcast. Here's what's coming up.
Tonight.
Even when we talk about snipers, rarely do we have a sniper who is so accurate as to fire 2 rounds through the same hole with a vehicle in motion. I think that scene was stage managed to suit a certain narrative. And this is why right now, nobody is able to tell us exactly what happened. And if you look at the hole, the point of entry is normally smaller than the point of exit. I had an opportunity of looking at that vehicle, and clearly, these shots were fired with the vehicle not in motion.
His accusers wanted him dead or alive. Was Nairobi the best snare for Pakistani journalist Arshad Sharif? An NTV special report tonight. Also tonight,
hatutaruhusu magari kupita kwa sababu hiyo machi ni mingi.
Naimiza watu watoke kwa hizo area waende kwa higher grounds.
More floods, more destruction. Dozens of commuters stranded and hundreds at risk cautioned to move to higher ground. Plus,
kila kitu ushuru. Nisema punda imechoka. Kisa nasema punda imeanguka. Punda imeanguka sasa. Hawezi kubeba mzigo tena.
No backing down. Opposition leader Raila Odinga insists lowering the cost of living is not negotiable. And
tunaona wanawapeleka huko kwa porini mahali wanakaa. Wenye hawatafanya sisi tutamaliza hiyo ofisi yote kutoka leo.
KWS on the spot over marauding hyenas in Juja. County government vows to get rid of the scavengers.
Live from Nation Center, this is Weekend Edition with Smriti Vidyarthi.
And David Agondoa is on the sign language interpretation beat. And tonight, 1 year after the gruesome murder of celebrated Pakistani journalist Arshad Sharif, little to near zero effort has been made to nail his killers. NTV can now report that the death of the journalist, who was on the run, was not an accident. It was a well-planned murder that left both Nairobi and Islamabad looking at each other suspiciously. Neither Kenya nor Pakistan has committed to unraveling the murder. The following report is informed by police photographs taken during the early stages of Arshad's murder investigation. And as Brian Obuya explains, it is still not expressly clear if Arshad was killed in the car his body was found in, or if he was killed elsewhere and his body placed in the car to concoct an alibi. NTV presents Killed on the Run, a murder that left an ugly diplomatic stain and a family in unending grief and the search for elusive answers.
On the day Pakistani journalist Arshad Sharif was to die, kilometers away in an almost deserted road in Kajiado County in Kenya, three coincidences were at play. A man had left his vehicle parked outside a shop in Nairobi's Pangani before his 27-year-old son took it, going for a ride to see his mother. Police were told the man and his wife were not in good terms, and for that reason, the son did not pick up the 18 calls made by his father, prompting the man to report his car missing and son abducted. That report was made at Pangani police station. That man was Douglas Wainaina. Inside the dreaded police station, that has been ranked as leading in extrajudicial executions by civil society organizations, owing to the existence of the Pangani 6 squad, which remains accused of executing dozens of youths in Kenya's slums. DCI officer Sergeant Frederick Obiero recorded Wainaina's incident and immediately began tracing the phone and the motor vehicle. It later emerged that at 7:21 hours, Douglas Wainaina's Mercedes-Benz Sprinter was at Laser Hills in Rongai. It was seen at Laser Hills Academy 2 minutes later. Sergeant Frederick Obiero, seeing how far the motor vehicle was, raised signal to the nearby police division, Kiserian Police Station. Police in Kiserian saw that the vehicle was several kilometers away, and with that, Sergeant Obiero raised the nearby General Service Unit training camp, the GSU training camp in Magadi. But even that decision in itself is very questionable, and the reason why may make you wonder if the signals were indeed raised.
The communication procedure is very wrong because basically Kajiado is, Kiserian is under the Rift Valley, and if you look at the police communication, this information is supposed to have come from the regional commander, Nairobi region, requesting assistance from the regional commander, Rift Valley. And the regional commander, Rift Valley, should have called Magadi Kiserian police station in giving instructions. And then from Kiserian, they are supposed to have called Magadi police station, not GSU training camp. Information for GSU to help should have come from the regional commander Nairobi to the commandant GSU. The commandant GSU equally should have instructed the commandant GSU training school in Embakasi to give instructions to his officers in Magadi. And this is open communication that is supposed to be shared out. The fact that a sergeant called from Pangani to Kiserian, and then a sergeant, somebody from Kiserian called a chief inspector in Magadi to put up a makeshift roadblock calls a lot to question. That is not normal police procedure. It was very unprocedural, and this is why now we are questioning the circumstances under which Assad was brought down.
The GSU commandant quickly assembled a team of 4 officers who immediately erected a makeshift roadblock. The team was led by a chief inspector of police. You may want to know why they used stones and not spikes.
I mean, that is normal whenever you are in a field camp. You use what you have. I don't see anything wrong with that. But what I question are the circumstances under which Assad was killed, because this person was not armed, and when you erect a roadblock, the reason for erecting a roadblock is not to shoot and kill, is to disable movement of the suspects so that you can get them out, arrest them and do interrogation.
Almost happening in real time was a meeting of sorts at Ammo Dump Kwenya, a private farm owned by 3 Pakistanis, Wakar Ahmed, Kuram Ahmed and Jamshed Qureshi. The names are a mouthful, but remember Jamshed because he owns another farm. I'll tell you about it shortly.
After just about 63 days in Kenya,
veteran journalist Arshad Sharif, running away from an angry government back in Pakistan, was violently taken out. Now, slightly over a year after that brazen murder, using 316 exclusive ballistic photographs, 28 post-mortem examination photographs, NTV's investigations unit can now begin to answer a question or two about what really happened on that 23rd day of October 2022. I am Brian Obuya. This is the story of Arshad Sharif, a celebrated journalist from Karachi, killed on the run. And so it begins. Amodam Kwenya is home to a lounge, a farm, and a shooting range. The lounge belongs to Kuram Ahmed, the farm to Jamshed Qureshi, and the shooting range to Wakar Ahmed. Wakar, Kuram, and Jamshed told police that that evening there was a dinner going on at the Amodam. Everyone, including Arshad Sharif, had been invited to the event by Wakar. Over 10 US soldiers are said to have been a part of that meetup in Kajiado. It was after everything that Kuram and Sharif jumped into the KDG 200M and drove supposedly to Nairobi. In their statements to the police, no one says the exact place where Kuram Ahmed and Arshad Sharif were headed to that night. It was very strange, yet very important for someone to give that answer. It is also not clear whether Arshad Sharif had come to Amodam Kwenya primarily for the dinner, because inside his bag, the journalist had packed everything from his equipment to perfumes and undergarments. He did not paint a picture of a man who was just out for a short time. So, Sharif and Kuram have left Amodam Kwenya. Kuram is driving the ill-fated vehicle. On the other side, police are in hot pursuit of a stolen vehicle. By then, a roadblock had been erected and 4 police officers stationed there. They are led by Chief Inspector of Police Some. Mobile data shows that at 9:51 hours, Mr. Douglas Wainaina spoke to his son, who informed him of his trip to Kiserian to see his mother. A few minutes later, renowned Pakistani journalist was shot dead. But you see, it has never been clear if Arshad was killed outside his vehicle or right at the roadblock, whether he was shot dead by police or another gun or guns were involved. Again, remember that part. Kuram drove through Kajiado County after 8 p.m. At about 9:35 p.m., the vehicle approached the roadblock erected by GSU officers. In his statement to police, Kuram, the driver, says he stopped at the roadblock and no one was on site. He proceeds to say it was only after he chose to drive over the small stones that they were shot at from the back. Kuram paints a picture of police officers who fired at the vehicle as it sped off. After 1 year of little to no progress, NTV's investigations unit can now answer, at least in part, how the vehicle driving the journalist was shot at, the location of the shooters, and the guns used in the shooting. Our investigations unit has obtained exclusive ballistics examination photographs of the vehicle, and for the first time on national television, using the 316 crime scene photos, we can tonight make some conclusions. We believe that the bullet hole marked here as 21A was the second shot to be fired at the Land Cruiser driven by Kuram Ahmed. The first one was aimed at the front right tire that was badly damaged, hence no way of knowing the position of the shooter. Police say the driver declined orders to stop before they were shot at. An analysis of this shot, second bullet defect, shows that it pierced through the right passenger door, hitting the safety belt and lodging inside the seat. A further study shows the ballistic angle as somewhere between 23 and 25 degrees. This is the angle from where the gun was held. This finding would mean that whoever fired this shot was lying down and a little raised at that angle. The entry angle also reveals that this shot was fired as the vehicle approached the shooter, because it appears to enter the vehicle at an elevation angle. That evidence appears to deconstruct Kuram's statement that the vehicle was shot at after they drove past the roadblock. Kuram had said no shot was fired before crossing the roadblock. He also said they had stopped at the roadblock. Even the next shot would reveal more. This shot was fired third. It pierced through the mirror at a ballistic angle of 43 degrees. The angle reveals that the shooter was still lying down, but now directly opposite the vehicle. So violent was the shot that it exited through the roof of the Toyota Land Cruiser. The next shot was fired almost at the same place, going through the rear seats folded to the sides and going up the roof. The shot was fired at 35 degrees from the ground. Again, the shooter was in an inferior position, lying down. The fifth shot is marked here as 21D. It was fired as the vehicle drove past the shooter. The person who fired that shot was 40 degrees above the ground, still lying down. The sixth bullet drove through the rear lower side and lodged inside the vehicle. The motor vehicle had already left the shooter, and thus, for a shooter who was still lying down, the ballistic angle is gauged at 20 degrees above ground. It would appear to our investigations unit that the second, third, fourth, and fifth shots were fired by the same person. They were all fired as the vehicle approached the shooter and left the shooter, and they are systemic in how they are being fired. All of them, a ballistic examiner in a report at the DCI, which we have seen, says were fired as the motor vehicle was in motion, and they can be accounted for. The next round of bullets are a little problematic, not just because they cannot be accounted for, but importantly because they present serious ballistic impossibilities. Let's go to the seventh bullet. This shot was fired through the back of the KDG 200M. It is one of two bullets that visibly entered the vehicle from the rear side. This shot entered through the rear mirror, pierced through the back passenger seat, I hope you can see that, and grazed the right side of the co-driver's seat. This is where Arshad Sharif sat. This specific bullet is documented as having entered through the journalist's back and exited through his chest. It must have been a very powerful shot or a ballistic impossibility, because I'm trying to understand how this single bullet would go through all those objects and still hit the journalist, busting his chest open. And that is why I chose to take that question to Professor Emily Rogena. Let me introduce you to Professor Emily Rogena, an accomplished professor of human pathology from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Before then, she had been in the trade of medicine since 1989, rising from an intern to medical officer at Kenyatta National Hospital. She became a pathologist in 1996. For 5 years, between 2000 and 2005, Rogena served as a specialist pathologist at the Kenyatta National Hospital before going back to the classroom, this time around as a lecturer of anatomic pathology. With that, she has taught almost every pathologist in Kenya at some point. There may be no other more qualified person to respond to our questions than Professor Emily Rogena. Now, further to the ballistic photographs, NTV's investigations unit has in its possession a dozen photos from Arshad Sharif's post-mortem examination. It is the entry wound on Arshad Sharif's back that I have taken to Professor Rogena, an image which we now make the difficult decision of broadcasting for context.
It looks like it's very definite, round, and very circular. And then it has, on its upper part, it has like an abrasion. You can see a ring, as if the skin has been grazed. So if you say the bullet may have entered a bit angulated, like this. That's why it has abraded the skin as it's entering. So it may have entered from up this way. And then if you look at the other one, so it's very neat, circular, but with an abrasion ring on one side, on one lip of the wound, more or less superiorly and sideways.
I presented the same evidence to Dr. Edwin Walong, a forensic pathologist.
The question again would be, is this direct injury from this, or is there an intervening change in direction? Because as the bullet is fired, whatever it goes through, whatever matter it goes through, would influence its direction. So if it is fired from outside the vehicle, then we expect it to change direction when it has contact with the window. We expect it to change some direction if there's contact with any other. But looking at this, it doesn't seem to have had much contact with anything else for it to form this kind of cavity. But looking at this, it doesn't seem to have had much contact with anything else for it to form this kind of cavity.
If this shot went through like a car seat or something, would we be in a position to maybe see still?
Car seat is thick. I don't imagine. You know, the bullet has a very high speed, so it will penetrate definitely. It will pass 1,000. It goes almost 1,000 miles per second. I mean, it's a very fast-moving thing. So, and the powder is just a plume around it. The gunshot residues, the heat. This is just tiny, tiny objects going with it, which are the ones that are supposed to have propelled it from inside the ammunition. A cassette, I doubt. The residues would be blocked. Was there, I will ask you another question, a contrary, just to help. Were the clothes examined?
Yeah, they were.
He was still wearing?
Yeah,
at the time of the postmortem. You will see. We'll also see the peppering on the clothes. If we are seeing peppering on the body, there should be something on the clothes. What color was the cloth? It was white, the better. And then sometimes they do radiological, you can do radiological studies on it, because they are metallic pieces, and that's why they cut.
The two pathologists have their own doubts on whether this bullet went through any intervening objects. What they do not know is that the DCI in its ballistic report say that this shot went through not one, but two car seats before entering into Sharif's back and exiting through his chest.
Thrilling special report there. The end of part 1 of Killed on the Run with NTV's Brian Obuya. We've got to take a quick break. Part 2 continues when we return, and remember, you can share your comments, questions or feedback on social media using the hashtag Killed on the Run. That comes back after this break.
Aya, I'm not go TV stream. It's free.
Hii Krisi, Go TV Stream iko mkononi na ni free. Download Go TV Stream app for free. Enjoy live TV na shows kamia nane. Download and watch later, anytime, anywhere. Go TV Stream iko mkononi na ni free. Available to active subscribers from 1st December. Go TV. Love it.
It feels so fresh, fresh, fresh.
Always fresh. Nivea Fresh Deo. Now with new InfiniFresh technology. Antibacterial power with 48-hour protection and long-lasting freshness. Nivea Fresh Deo. Feel fresh in every moment.
And then there was the question of the range, the distance between Arshad Sharif and his killer. Professor Ogena says the range of the shot may not have been too far from the passenger. That is Arshad Sharif.
Can you see some 2 dots here?
Yes.
They look like lacerations from probably residues. You know, gunshot residues are fragments of metallic, burnt residues of gunshot, gunpowder, what blows the bullet out. And so, if this gun was very close, and this guy did not have, actually I've seen now a 3rd one. Look, there's another one, and a 4th one. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
If this guy probably was wearing clothes, yeah?
Yeah, he had a t-shirt on.
Yeah, a t-shirt, yeah. It may have mopped out most of the residues, but maybe some punctured through. Yeah.
So what does that tell us about the distance, maybe?
Close. It's not too far. It wasn't too far.
Too far from...
It's complicated to say too far in the sense the guns that one would be very accurate in measuring almost exact approximates are shotguns. But handguns, it's very, very difficult to do the exact approximation. But this bullet, this bullet that entered should have been more than a meter away from this guy. Yes, around a meter, but not too far from 1 meter. Because you can see it has left its residue. The bullet residue, gunshot residues, come as a cone with the bullet inside. Within that fire, the smoke, and the residues. And so the farther you are away from the body, the wider the spread. You can see the spread in this body, those peppering. And also apart from wider the spread, the fewer the residues that will land on the body.
Dr. Walong makes another opinion from the post-mortem examination photographs.
But what I see from this picture, it appears that the right lung bears the brunt of most injury. And this injury appears to have been fairly survivable. Particularly now that we don't see too much bleeding within the chest cavity and collapse of the lung. So the question is whether there are additional injuries to other parts of the body, maybe from trauma such as the brain.
And maybe the reason Arshad Sharif died is contained in the poor judgment of his driver Kuram Ahmed. And this is where you need to remember the other farm I told you about, the farm belonging to Jamshed, the third partner. When Arshad Sharif was shot, allegedly at the roadblock, Kuram Ahmed drove 26 kilometers with the body from the scene to Jamshed's farm. He parked the vehicle outside the gate, walked in and asked for water. Here, he waited for Jamshed and Wakar to arrive, and then the police. That move reduced his chances of survival completely. He had to die. I want to take you to what appears to be serious ballistic impossibilities. While those impossibilities might reveal something about the killing of Arshad Sharif, the biggest indicator that his murder was not just any other is his life story, especially his last days.
Arshad Sharif's news of his killing came as a huge shock to the entire nation of Pakistan. To everybody, Arshad was a friend to me. I have known him for many years, over 15-16 years. I followed his work. He was a great journalist. I mean, he was in Pakistan, he was amongst the top 5 news anchors, TV anchors. But before coming to TV, he was into print journalism. He was a great journalist. And you ask anybody in Pakistan, just literally anybody on the street or otherwise, they would tell you who Arshad Sharif was. That is why the news that Arshad Sharif has been killed, I mean, it came as a big shock, but also because Arshad Sharif had fled Pakistan. He was not on one of those normal visits outside. So when this news initially came that Arshad Sharif has been killed, that he has died in a road accident, to be honest, not anybody believed when this news broke out that he died in a road accident.
The impeachment of Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan on April 10, 2022 appeared to have turned journalist Arshad Sharif's world upside down and drawn irony to the last few months of his life. Arshad had previously claimed that some journalists critical of Imran Khan's administration were seeking asylum. 4 months after Imran's impeachment, Sharif was the one seeking asylum, as his life had been threatened following his publication of stories that criticized the new administration. One of Pakistan's most respected newsmen was seeking a safe haven away from the Pakistan government that wanted him charged with sedition. Arshad was also running away from shadowy groups that had threatened to end his life.
His TV channel where he was working had stopped his show and had removed him from his job. So through a press release they did so. So then he started doing his own TV show on his YouTube channel. So we discussed about a few stories. He said that now I've started my own YouTube channel, so you need to sometimes share stories with me, and if there is exclusive you can't give it to me. I said fine, I'll do that. This is the kind of conversation. And I said, why don't we meet? He said, look, I'm just outside of London. I will be coming to London soon and we will meet. That's the last conversation we had. He dropped the call, and the following day he called me again from the same number. And we just generally chatted about something, but nothing else. I mean, it was again something he wanted to double check something, wanted to verify something. And that's that.
He thought he was safe, but he died a very violent death nearly 10,000 kilometers away from home and in a country he thought he would ensure his safety, Kenya.
Before leaving Pakistan, he actually penned a letter to the Supreme Commander of Pakistan's Armed Forces, Pakistan's President Arif Alvi, in which he wrote about the threats that he was facing. And his family said, Arshad said, his colleagues said that he had actually left Pakistan in a hurry in the first initial part of August to flee the threats that he faced. So he genuinely believed that his life was threatened. former Prime Minister Imran Khan has said that he knew about the threats Arshad Sharif faced and he advised Arshad Sharif to leave Pakistan.
Arshad was a staunch supporter of Imran Khan. He believed that the dethronement of Imran was instigated by some state institutions and was purely political. It resonated with thousands of Pakistanis, did not go unnoticed. He received and complained of several threats to his life as a result of the stories and TV airtime that Sharif dedicated to highlight ills within the Pakistan government. In August 2022, this was less than 2 months before Sharif was killed. The journalist interviewed Shahbaz Gill, leader of Karim Khan's Pakistan party, on the local media outlet RE News. The interview did not go well with the new administration, particularly because Gill insinuated that junior army officers should not follow orders from their superiors, orders which may be against the will of the Pakistani people. For the government, this was the last straw. The Pakistan government immediately took RE News off air and ordered the arrest of Arshad Sharif and his interviewee Gill. The two were to be charged with sedition, but Sharif fled the country. So, in just under 10 months, a lot of things were happening. Imran Khan's government is toppled in April. Sharif runs away to Kenya in August and is killed in October. Now with that, I hope you understand why many people see no coincidence in the killing of Arshad Sharif.
From my experience, the circumstances leading to his death are very questionable. The fact that Assad left Pakistan running for his life, he went to Britain, he was kicked out of Britain, he traveled to Dubai equally. The government of Dubai was not welcoming and he ended up in Kenya. And now in Kenya, this is when the assassination took place. I believe in technical terms, we call Kenya the choke point. I think this was the choke point based on how things are being handled here. And the fact that we are not getting clear answers. Nobody is coming out clear and telling us exactly the movements of Assad, why we had to involve the GSU.
By now we should have had at least serious investigation done, report tabled, and debates or discussions on how to, push forward with that, either holding a person to account, taking them to court, public inquest, all these things. But we really don't seem to have gone very far with that.
It is that the driver actually initially did Khurram. He said that it was a case of mistaken identity and we were fired upon because he thought they were thieves and he tried to jump those barriers and the car was shot upon. The police then said that that is not true. They said that the bullets were fired from inside. Now we do not have any word from Khurram. It clearly looks like that Khurram and the police tallied their statements initially. Later on, police took a U-turn on their statements. Since then, we have not heard from Khurram.
One of Pakistan's most respected journalists had been branded a fugitive and was seeking asylum to avoid death, a likely outcome of the sedition charges, or simply put, what they call charges of maligning Pakistan's national institutions. This is a phrase used for critics of the powerful military.
He went to Dubai, then from Dubai, nobody knew that from Dubai he has come to Kenya. And he told me that he was in London and he said that we will meet. And I actually thought that he was in London. He was using a London SIM. That is a London SIM he was using UK SIM he was using to make contacts with lots of people. So, but he was actually here, which clearly means that he was dodging people because he knew that once his UK SIM is known, everybody will know where he is.
Krisi ni time ya kusambaza furaha. Hii Christmas, pata deals na offers from Safaricom ili upate furaha ya kupiga stori za mwaka. Ni time ya kushare gifts na watu wako. Kama uko busy, kuna solutions za kuimarisha biashara yako na kupata deals za kutravel popote utakapo. Hii Krisi ni time ya kushare upendo kote nchini. Watch out for Safaricom Santa coming to a town near you with Christmas surprises. Sambaza furaha this Christmas na Safaricom.
On my dark marks, I've tried everything, but hardly any results. Nivea Luna 630 works from day one. With visible results in just 2 weeks, you'll see the difference or get your money back. The results speak for themselves. Join the 1 million women already using the #1 Lumina 630 from Nivea.
Unangoja nini? Msimu huu wa Krismasi kwenye *570# kuna zawadi kem na pesa kibao. Ho ho ho! Wako pia ikiwa the grand prize ni Jijenge na Moti. Tutakupatia gari ya gharama yako. Comfort check, class check, mafuta kidogo. Iwashe iwake! License pia na driving school zimegharamiwa. Mbuzi pia ziko kibao. Kila 100 bob unaocheza nao kwenye Lucky Game inakupa 1 entry point ya kujishindia one of these motis. The more you play, the more you increase your chances za kujishindia. Hii Krisi, zawadi zisikupite. Jijenge na Moti na *570# and la 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 la. Lucky Game imedhaminiwa na eBet Kenya Limited.
Let us now look at the ballistic impossibilities in this entire shooting scenario. There were 2 entry defects at the back of Arshad Sharif's vehicle. Yet there was evidence of 4 bullets that accessed the inside of the vehicle. Investigators would like to believe that this shot that went through this seat is still the one that went through Sharif's back and exited through the chest. Yet there is evidence that this bullet indeed hit this front part of the vehicle. The other problem with this bullet is Arshad Sharif's height. For a journalist who was 5'8" feet, the part of his back that was shot would be leaning on the seat and not exposed, especially because he was putting on a safety belt. Yet the bullet that shot him is said to have grazed on the top part of this seat. And then there were these 2 bullet defects on the back left passenger seat. The entry shots of these 2 shots are controversial. Indeed, the most controversial thing you will hear tonight. A ballistics examination from the DCI headquarters says in a 12-page report that the 2 shots were fired through this hole. But this is a very suspicious explanation, especially if the vehicle was in motion.
Also saying is whose lives are more valuable?
Andrew Franklin is a former US Marine, a writer and a security consultant based here in Nairobi. As a Marine, he has handled some of the most sophisticated firearms in history. On the other hand, Musamali had been a firearms trainer for years. And so I presented this doubt to this gentleman.
It's not possible, even when we talk about snipers. Rarely do we have a sniper who is so accurate as to fire 2 rounds through the same hole with a vehicle in motion. I think that scene was stage managed to suit a certain narrative. And this is why right now, nobody is able to tell us exactly what happened. And if you look at the hole, the point of entry is normally smaller than the point of exit. I had an opportunity of looking at that vehicle, and clearly these shots were fired with the vehicle not in motion.
I don't think it's very probable to have 2 bullets that would pass at the same time, because that means that the weapon that was being used was on full automatic. If a weapon's on full automatic, And then again, are those the weapons that are carried by the GSU? Are all the AK-47s that the GSU carries, are they all able to have a selector from full automatic to semi-automatic?
There is consensus that 2 bullets can hit the same target, but that also demands that the target is not in motion. However, the DCI insists that the shots were fired by an automatic rifle.
Does the shooter decide how many bullets get out of an automatic?
Well, that's an interesting point. You see, first of all, the question becomes: are all the weapons carried by the GSU, for example, or any of the police, are they all able to be fired on full automatic? In other words, there is a selector switch on the weapon for full automatic or semi-automatic, which you have to keep pulling the trigger. Now, full automatic weapons are military weapons. So who would decide? I think that's an excellent question. If the cop is carrying a weapon that can fire on full automatic or semi-automatic, does he make the decision? In other words, does the cop make the decision to fire on full automatic?
Then the other question was, as a shooter, do you decide how many bullets will be discharged?
Well,
when you're on a full automatic?
No, you just press the trigger and they all go out.
10 bullets.
As if you have a 30-round magazine, 30 round.
So if this gun was on full automatic,
I see where you're going,
and then only 2 shots go through the same hole, which means, I mean the speed.
What you're saying is, why were there not more bullets that came out of the weapon at the same time? I mean, subsequent. That's an outstanding question. The only time I've ever experienced anything like that was when a Marine committed suicide 47 years ago, and he was at a guard shack, standing guard in the middle of the forest somewhere. He put his M16 on full automatic, put it under his chin, pressed down on the trigger. He got 2 rounds out before his hand obviously could no longer hold the trigger down. He blew his head off. That's the only time I've ever experienced a full, I've heard of, seen, or whatever, a weapon on full automatic with only 2 rounds being discharged. In fact, I would dare say that when you're firing light machine guns, anything on full automatic, you have no control over how many rounds are going down range or at the target.
So what you're telling me is that if there were those shots at the back of the vehicle and this gun was on full automatic and it was of course in the same direction,
there would have been more bullet holes in the rear window. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because what you then say, because what the forensic examiner is saying is that 2 rounds were placed by a very experienced marksman into a moving vehicle going up and down. Yes, that's very improbable. That doesn't seem to make much sense.
So many questions were rising from that explanation by the DCI forensics examination team. Arshad Sharif chose to hide in Kenya because of friendly visa policies that allow foreign nationals to acquire the document on arrival at any of Kenya's borders. But an easy entry into Kenya ended in an even easier exit from life that has placed focus on Kenya for all the wrong reasons, sending shockwaves across the media fraternity.
Really sad that we've come to a point where we are normalized certain conversations, certain occurrences, and now it's even more worse when it comes to death of a journalist. A journalist, like we all know, plays a really critical role in a democracy, world over, not just here in Kenya. So the role of a journalist is so special in a democratic state, and that's the reason why we call it the 4th estate. So if it's a 4th estate and a journalist is killed, 1 year later we are still, many of us truly don't know exactly what happened. Investigations, file is still open. There are no, you would say, credible leads from investigative authorities on who exactly pulled the trigger, why, what the circumstances, and of course, a way of punishing or means of bringing to account whoever did that, it's really, really, really sad.
And that then therefore means that the fact that it happened here puts pressure on our media space, but also just the reality to which we evidence is something that we cannot wish under the table. I think when we talk about media sustainability, when we talk about media freedom, at the heart of those conversations is what are the mechanisms that are in place to protect, to safeguard the rights and freedoms, but also the lives of journalists who report on various things every day. You know, and that's a critical question. We have documents that speak to that. You know, the Media Council has guidelines that articulate, you know, issues around safety and protection of journalists. But we need to be able to see that evidenced in letter and spirit.
And if it is concluded that there was foul play in Sharif's death, it could set Kenya on a treacherous path of diplomatic tension with Pakistan. But is it even likely when Pakistan itself is pushing for no answers and appears to be more of a suspect than a victim?
The government is dragging its feet in terms of investigations, because if you remember very well when the incident happened, the government actually admitted that Shahad Sharif was killed by police over mistaken identity. So if that is the case, we expected the government was supposed to move with speed and get the officers who actually pulled the trigger action taken against them. But now 1 year down the line, so far nothing has taken place. So that actually put the country on the spot, because globally right now people are having that anniversary and there are conversations around what happened in Kenya, and that put the country in a very difficult situation, because losing the life of a journalist actually has got serious implications, like what we witnessed this year when World Press Freedom Index was released. Kenya actually slipped back by over 60 places. So that alone tells you that it's not a matter that is supposed to be treated lightly. And they actually still going to affect us, because 1 year later, no action has been taken, and people will now start saying that Kenya is not a safe place for journalists to operate in.
Some of his colleagues and individuals perceived to be anti-government in Pakistan had already been arrested and tortured by Prime Minister Shehbaz's regime by the time Sharif was escaping.
If you read and connect those two stories, because the story about he was in another country, then he tried to also to escape there and see if he can come to Kenya and get some safety here, then the manner in which he was killed. Then if you connect the stories, it tells there was something behind the story, and that's why we are saying that it's the government that has got responsibility to do investigations. The government ought to have done investigations and tell Kenyans, because that responsibility lies with the government, and tell the whole world that yes, this guy was killed here and it is circumstances that led to him being killed, because the government has the powers to do that.
Eric may have a point, because look at it this way. Sharif runs away from political persecution in Pakistan, goes to Dubai, where he is hurriedly tipped of plans to extradite him to face the deadly military regime in Pakistan. Then he flies to Kenya, where he dies at a roadblock in very suspicious circumstances. What are the odds?
It's very hard to believe that's a coincidence because of the nature of the person. It's very difficult to believe that's a coincidence. I don't think it's not as if he was abducted from the side of the road. It was not a kidnapping or anything like that. And because since he was staying in one of these gun clubs, one of these rifle ranges, that actually is very well secured. This private security in these facilities are usually armed, licensed to carry, as are of course the owners and the instructors. So, you know, what you really want to ask is, he comes out of there and gets killed. Is that a coincidence? I don't believe so.
One act was used to cover up the second act, because these things happened almost simultaneously. And then at the same time, you see they talk about circulation of the vehicle numbers. The vehicle Assad was using is quite different in make, model,
yeah, and even the registration number from the vehicle that was being looked for by this gentleman and the police in Parklands. So I think the scenario about this first vehicle suited the narrative that was going to be cooked so that we can cover up the Assad incident.
Arshad landed in Kenya on the 20th of August 2022. That is according to his wife, Javeria Siddiq. It is important to mention at this point that the journalist had only stayed in Kenya for 63 days before he was violently taken out on that fateful night in Kajiado. His murder has gone cold, and it would appear that Pakistan and Kenyan authorities wait for the complete silence on this case. Kenya and Pakistan's cartels have for several years been running shady deals with impunity. The murder of Arshad would clearly indicate that the state should relook into the operations of rogue Pakistan police officers who are now operating under the umbrella of the International Police Organization. They have facilitated the importation of dozens of kilograms of drugs from Pakistan to or through Kenya. In 2014, a deputy commissioner of police had to fly to Kenya after consignment belonging to a disgraced army chief were caught in the high seas. The consignment would later be destroyed by President Uhuru Kenyatta. Officials on the ship have since been convicted. For Arshad Sharif, not even an inquest has been conducted or is in the offing in a case that keeps sparking off emotions and anger across the world. Eyes are now on the United Nations to form an inquiry into the murder.
In this particular case, the only honorable thing for the government to do, that is Nairobi and Karachi, would be to open a public, open inquest. Do you think the two countries are going to open an inquest into this case?
See, when you say the only honorable thing, that's a loaded term. I think the thing that needs to be done in any situation, in any incident of this type, is an inquest needs to be opened. Not just because he's a Pakistani dissident who was in the country for less than 60 days. I think anytime somebody is killed by the police, and particularly a police shooting, anytime there is a police shooting, there needs to be an investigation anyway. Because the police are not operating under shoot-to-kill orders all the time.
So many things were questionable in Assad's death. The fact that he was killed by the police, and the police claimed that it was mistaken identity. The fact that the arm of police that was there normally does not get involved in such kind of incidents is also questionable. So this called for a public inquest, and the public inquest should be done in an open court where the court will be allowed to do some form of investigations by calling in persons of interest coming and testifying before it, so that we can come to a conclusion of exactly what happened and who needs to be held accountable. It has not happened in Kenya, it has not happened in Pakistan. And it tells you that probably there's something that both governments are trying to hide. And this clearly demonstrates the reason why very quickly we said IPOA should come in and do these investigations, yet clearly this was a criminal issue and it's supposed to have been investigated as such.
There is no end in sight for the single most important case of Arshad Sharif. His hosts in Kenya, the Ahmad brothers, Wakar and Kuram, have yet to publicly come out to answer pressing questions about Arshad Sharif's killing. And there appears to be no investigation going on. Brian Obuya, NTV.
Chilling revelations, hashtag killed on the run. That is feedback from Ken Aseka about this special report. Some more feedback. Vinny, you say the documentary depicts a well-organized murder. And also Abdi, you say the death of Arshad Khan depicts the police as a gun for hire. You want your critic dead, hire the police. You want such evidence to disappear, hire the police. Village Ambassador, you say it's clear the journalist who was killed in Kenya was killed somewhere else. Then a scheme made to prove that he was killed in his car. If you have watched NTV's episode by Brian Obuya. Bazenga, you say, as a security and governance expert, I always wish that the Pakistani investigative journalist Arshad Sharif was not killed in Kenya. Why in Kenya, and where does it leave Kenya's National Police Service as an Interpol member? Some of you have also shared your theories of the story. Haider Ali, you say, interesting report on the murder of Arshad Sharif in Kenya. And an important question remains, have Waqar and Quram been investigated by Kenyan authorities? It has been reported that they are still in Kenya. Well, thanks so much for your feedback. There is plenty more there on X. You can continue to discuss your views using the hashtag #KilledOnTheRun, that investigative report by Brian Obuya and the team. At this point, we've got to take a quick break, but I'll be back in just a moment with some other top stories of the day. Stay with us.
At Stanbic Kenya, we believe in your financial potential, and we are here to help you reach new heights. Enjoy an attractive interest rate of up to 14% per annum on your savings. Make the most of this exclusive offer today and let your money thrive. For more details, call us today or visit a branch near you. Stanbic Bank.
Hii Krisi, GoTV Stream iko mkononi, mechi yako na sports action yote, na watoije hata wao hawajawachwa nyuma. Wacha enjoyment izidi hii holiday na GoTV. GoTV Stream, available from 1st December for all active customers.
Botswana provides a secure haven for investors. Its well-developed infrastructure and skilled workforce make it an ideal destination for businesses.
Welcome to the Nation Shopping Festival, the biggest soccer sale in town, featuring 500 vendors ready to bring you the best deals and products. Discover everything you need under one roof, including a dedicated kids playing area and a tempting food court with mouth-watering delicacies. Visit www.nationshoppingfestival.com for more information and join us at the University of Nairobi grounds from 4th to 9th December. Make this holiday season extra special with the Nation Shopping Festival.
Kenya, twende mbele. NCBA, go for it.
Welcome back. Now, transport to and from Lamu by road remains paralysed for the third day following the flooding of the Minjila-Mukoya road. The government temporarily suspended movement at Gamba, where boat operators began offering transport across the flooded section of the road at 400 shillings. Others took the risk of crossing the section on foot. The Coast Regional Commissioner Rhoda Onyancha says 62% of the Tana River population has been affected by floods, with 8 people losing their lives. Tana River County Commissioner Mohammed Noor is appealing to residents living in flood-prone areas to move to higher ground. Still in Tana River, Gamba police station was flooded. Look at that, making it difficult for police officers to operate from the station. Meanwhile, Garsen Member of Parliament Ali Wario and his Galole counterpart Said Bia Hiribai were rescued at around 3 a.m. in Tana River after a 10-hour search. The two were among 16 others who had been reported missing after leaving for a food distribution exercise in Tana Delta on a motorboat.
Kaunti zote hatuwezi sema labda ni Tana Delta mahali tuko, lakini sub-county zote za Tana River zimeweza kuwa affected. Kwa hivyo tunaendelea kuelezea wale ambao wanasafiri kwamba kufikia sasa bado hatutaruhusu magari kupita kwa sababu hiyo machi ni mingi. Hata hivyo kufikia sasa tumeweza kuwapoteza watu 8.
About 3,000 households wamekuwa affected, na tunaendelea kuhimiza wale wamebaki, hasa wale bado wako kwa Tana River, waweze kutoka.
Politics now, and Azimio leader Raila Odinga says lowering the cost of living by the Kenya Kwanza administration is not negotiable. The opposition leader says Kenyans are losing patience with the government over the failure to fulfill campaign promises and the high cost of living, terming it unbearable and worsening by the day. He was speaking in Nyamira during the burial of former West Mugirango MP Benson Kegoro.
Ile lugha ambayo ilikuwa wanaongea ya toka chini kwenda juu, mama mboga, jua kali, boda boda, hiyo lugha sasa imesahaulika. Sasa mazao boda boda na mama mboga, sio kila kitu ushuru. Nisema punda imechoka, kisa nasema punda imeanguka. Punda imeanguka sasa, hawezi kubeba mzigo tena, hakuna chochote ambayo iko hapo, na kila siku ni ahadi. Barabara hii tutajenga, shule hii tutajenga, hospitali hii tunainua level 6. Hiyo yote ni takataka.
Gharama ya maisha haiwezi panda mpaka kila mtu anatetemeka kwake nyumbani. Mimi nasema kwa vile mazungumzo haikuleta mambo ya gharama ya maisha, Wakenya mkumbuke katiba imekupatia nguvu. Kila mtu aende kwake nyumbani, tujiulize ni lini tutasema enough is enough.
Elsewhere, Kiambu Governor Kimani Wamatangi says the county will spearhead the hunt for killer hyenas in the county. The governor accused the Kenya Wildlife Service of failing to protect residents in Nyakaba and Kabati villages in Juja. Wamatangi says the county will avail excavators, among other machinery, to fill abandoned quarries and clear bushes where the animals have been hiding. At least 8 people have been killed by marauding hyenas, the latest being a middle-aged woman who was attacked by a pack of hyenas.
Watu watoke hapa kama fisi wa mwisho wametoka hapa, na watoe tunaona wanawapeleka huko kwa porini mahali wanakaa. Wenye hawatafanya sisi tutamaliza hiyo fisi yote kutoka leo. Na kesho mimi niko hapa na mashini na excavator. Hiyo mashimo tunafunika yote. Kama ziko huko ndani tunafunikia. So kama wanataka hiyo fisi wabebe mapema wapeleke mahali wanapeleka. Kutoka kesho sisi tunafunika ndani hiyo mashimo, kama ziko huko wacha wakufie huko ndani. Watuambie ni maisha gani ya maana, ni ya binadamu ama ni ya fisi?
All right, to some sports news now, and Alexander Mutiso ran a tactical race to emerge second at the 43rd edition of the Valencia Marathon in Spain Sunday morning, in a race won by Ethiopia's Sise Lema, who ran a course record of 2 hours, 1 minute, 48 seconds. In the women's race, it was a podium sweep for the Ethiopians, with Worknesh Degefa winning the race in 2 hours, 15 minutes and 51 seconds, ahead of her compatriot Chebukets, Almaz Ayana and Hiwot Gebrekidon. Kenya's Celestine Chepchirchir came in 4th place. Our reporter Bernard Rotich is in Valencia, Spain, and now brings us the day's highlights.
Indeed, it was a good race today at the 43rd edition of Valencia Marathon, where we managed to see a new post record that was set today by Ethiopia's Seilema, who ran 2:01:48, and indeed he managed to break a course record that was set last year by Kenya's Kevin Kiptum, who had run 2:01:53. It was mixed reaction for the Kenyan athletes. We saw Alexander Mutiso coming in second with his personal best of 2:03:11.
23 kilometers water station. Hapo ndio nimekatika kidogo, lakini nimeng'ang'ana nikapush the last 5k.
Witwalde came in third at 2:03:48. Kenenisa Bekele, the Ethiopian legendary, of course, came in 4th place after clocking 2:04:19. In the previous interview, he said that he was looking for time to run for the Olympic Games, and maybe this is his qualification for the Olympic Games. And of course, Kenya's Kibiwat Kandie managed to come in 6th place, of course, running 2:04:48. Previously, he did a New York Marathon where he had a personal best of 2:13. And of course, this is a big milestone for him. Titus Kipruto managed to finish 20th, of course, but running his personal best of 2:07:22. In the women category, of course, we saw where Ethiopian did a podium finish. Of course, Wagnesh De Gefa ran 2:15:51, missing a course record narrowly. Almaz Ayana came in second, running 2:16:22. Hiwot Gebregidan, of course, came third, 2:17:59. And of course, Kenya's Celestine Chepchirchir, who trains in Kapsabet, and she was running here for the first time, came in 4th place, running 2:20:46. Of course, this year we've seen the Ethiopians taking both men and women categories. So we don't know what is in store for next year. It's a matter of wait and see. Bernard Rotich reporting from Valencia, Spain.
Now, the second edition of the annual off-season Elijah Lidonde tournament, slated for December 23rd to 24th at the Bukungu Stadium, will feature 3 FKF Premier League clubs, including defending champions AFC Leopards, Kakamega Homeboys, Zoya Sugar, and a National Super League side Mulembe United. Lidonde, whom the tournament was named after, captained both Abaluya Football Club, AFC Leopards, and Harambee Stars between 1950 and 1961, before passing on in September 1987. The tournament has received sponsorship from betting company 22Bet.
The legends who are here will go to these schools also to train and also mentor, particularly in the area of football. With the foundation, we are happy to join them and join hands with them in the forthcoming tournament, to be able to see that whatever they have been doing in the community can be supported, can be financed, and can be also appreciated.
Two-time Frisbee national champions Kakamega Wolves were crowned winners of the 5th edition of the Kenya National Ultimate Club Championship after beating Kemri 13-5 in the finals played at the Nakuru High School. 2022 defending champions Cool Waters were edged out in the quarterfinals after falling 7-6 to Kemri, while Kakamega Wolves thrashed Tropical Rangers 3-4 in the semis to advance to the finals. Wolves won their last 2 championships in 2018 and 2019. Kenya Flying Disc Federation president says the Frisbee body is finding it hard to introduce local leagues and support teams to attend regional and international tournaments due to a lack of funds.
The hard work that we've put in training, I think it has actually paid off. When a team achieves this milestone, it usually motivates the team to even train harder so that we achieve more success in the coming tournaments.
First, as a club, we are hoping that next season we'll have a better season. I think this is our first win this year. And then as a Kenyan community for Ultimate, we are looking forward to participating in global events. We hope to play in Portugal at the beach tournament, and hopefully that will be in October, and hopefully we'll play in August in Australia for the World Club Championships, or rather the World Championship.
So far we've not
started getting any funding from the government. We are relatively new in the office, and we are still trying to talk to the Ministry of Sports guy to find opportunities for funding. So far, not yet. But in terms of going for tournaments, and we basically rely on individual contributions. So players have to, if they want to go to a tournament, they have to save. And we try to make our tournaments as cheap as possible.
Now, 2 goals in a span of 2 minutes in the 87th minute from Endo Wataru and Trent Alexander-Arnold in the 88th minute ensured Liverpool came from 3-2 down to win 4-3 in a dramatic English Premier League encounter at Anfield. Liverpool took the lead in the 20th minute courtesy of a Bernd Leno own goal, but 4 minutes later, former Liverpool player Harry Wilson drew Fulham level. Alexis McAllister then restored the Reds' lead with a thunderbolt, giving Leno no chance of saving it, but there was no respite for Liverpool as Tete Kenny restored parity before half-time. Fulham then took the lead through a Bobby de Cordova raid, which looked like the winning goal, but goals from Endo and Trent in the dying embers sealed the maximum points for the Reds.
Now Kenny! De Cordova raid! The hunt is Salah. And forward, Endo's waiting for it all! The strike is there, and it's Alexander-Arnold who gets it for Liverpool!
It's approaching 1/4 the hour. That is where we close NTV Weekend Edition. Thank you for watching. I'm Smriti Vidyarthi. David Agondoa has been our sign language interpreter. Have yourselves a good night. I'll see you again tomorrow at 9 p.m. Bye-bye for now.
This is NTV.